Welcome to feature group coverage here on day 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open, the 5th time the Renaissance Club has played host. And tee times here on day 3 have been pushed forward a little bit due to some inclement weather that's been forecast this afternoon. I'm Ewan Porter. I'm joined in commentary by 6-time DP World Tour champion Tony Johnstone. And without any further ado, let's head down to Ian Russell on the 10th tee for our first feature group.
Good morning and welcome to the Genesis Scottish Open at the Renaissance Club. This is the 3rd round. On the tee from the USA, the defending Genesis Scottish Open winner, Xander Schauffele.
Tony, we were treated to some very, very special golf in round 2. Today, the same?
Well, hopefully it's going to be tougher conditions. It's going to be a little bit windier. But yesterday was special, wasn't it? I mean, I don't think I've ever watched a day of better golf with 2 feature groups in my life.
Incredible, wasn't it? We had a 62, 63, 64 and a 65. This man can go low. Starting on the par 5 10th.
He's going to love that.
On the tee from South Africa, Garrick Higo.
And a young man with plenty of talent. He started off his career in such fine fashion, didn't he? A couple of early DP World Tour wins. He won on the PGA Tour the last 12 months. A little quiet by his standards, but still 81st in the FedEx Cup. Not too bad.
And on the tee from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
Tony, you've got to really like Tommy Fleetwood's chances heading into the Open next week. He's been playing some terrific golf over the past month.
You know what? I mentioned earlier in the week he did an exhibition at Sunningdale on Sunday, this past Sunday, with Justin Rose for the 100th anniversary of the new course. And watching him, I just think it's Tommy Fleetwood's time, you know. I think it's his time to win a major, hopefully an Open.
And a good start for all 3 players. Such a good driver of the ball, Tommy Fleetwood. Xander Schauffele, he got off to a rough start on day 1. Was a couple over par early, but has fought back very, very nicely. And certainly got a great tradition, this Genesis Scottish Open. And Xander Schauffele, of course, the defending champion.
The world's best are coming together.
This is the Rolex Series.
It's Rolex Series number 4. It is a first Rolex Series win for him. He's got it. The Scottish Open has its youngest winner. Shane Lowry, emotional win, emotional week. It's a second DP World title for Matthew Fitzpatrick. Victory for Xander Schauffele.
This is the 2023 Genesis Scottish Open.
One of my earliest memories, Tony, of watching this Scottish Open was I just started playing golf, and Peter O'Malley won this back in 1992 at Gleneagles. 7 under par the last 5 holes. One of the most famous finishes of all time.
Yeah, Tom, as he's affectionately called, what a flasher at the golf ball. He was. Probably still is.
Oh, there's a look at the back 9 here at the Renaissance Club. What a wonderful links layout it is. And the front side played a little bit harder this week, but got to think the scoring opportunities really come on the back 9, don't they?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, 7, 8 and 9 have just been brutally tough. And one of the great things about this course is the variety of directions that the holes go. Tests you with the wind in a different way on most holes.
You know, this is my first time here to the Renaissance Club this week, and I've been blown away. It really is. We know that it is golf heaven around here. There are so many wonderful layouts in the area, but this place is pretty special.
Yeah, what a job Tom Doak's done here. You know, to make a modern links golf course look and feel like it's been here for 100 years, that is some talent. And you know, you walk this course and it feels like any other links course down the Scottish coast that has been here for 100+ years. It's awesome.
Well, I think one of the things that I love watching about links golf is it's not just the variety of shots that they play, but you pretty much, as a player, you use every club in the bag, don't you?
You certainly do. And man, if there's anything that will test your golfing brain and your course management, it's links golf. If you go out there and you're a bit mentally confused, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble.
351 yards to start the day in cool temperatures. Not too bad. Not a bad little putt.
Must have got it slightly out the heel, I would think.
Well, former Ladies European Tour player Incy Mehmet will be joining this trio, and she's been treated to some wonderful golf the first couple of days, and I'm sure you're looking forward to round 3, Incy.
Ewan, it has been absolutely incredible. It's been totally worth getting up at 5 a.m. in the morning. I've absolutely loved it. I only wish we could do it for 36 holes. 18 holes is too short. The feature groups have been absolutely incredible. And up first, we've got Tommy Fleetwood from 270 yards, and the pin's located in this back right corner. But the most important thing to note is that mound, just short right of this green. You land it on there, it can kick anywhere, left, right, long, short.
So how do you get it close here? Is it a big 10-15 yard cut into this flag?
If you can do that, absolutely, but still that mound could potentially come into play, especially if you don't quite strike it right. It's definitely not an approach shot where you want to be chasing it up. You've got no chance getting it close that way. Definitely need some height on this, but try and get it landing softly like a butterfly.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any. Well, it's impossible to pitch it short right and actually get it on the green. It takes such a big bounce. If you can fly it all the way, there you go. It might stay. It might stay. I tell you what. And to do that, I think he's hit a really hard cut into that slope. That's a terrific shot. I mean, you know, theoretically, to get it on that green and keep it on the green, you've got to pitch it on the green, but it's nearly 600 yards.
Yeah, 263 yards to go for Higo, looking to follow. That was close.
From memory, you almost got hit here yesterday as well.
This is probably not the spot to stand, I must admit.
He switched to a darker cap so they don't aim at you all the time.
It's a good job I'm not dressed in camouflage. Xander Schauffele with 248 yards to go. Once again, you just want to hit a light cut into this. Just aim down the left half. If you miss it out there, it's okay. You've got green to work with for the next. But you want to get this landing high and soft.
Amazes me how far these players hit the long irons now. Just a 4-iron for Schauffele.
It is amazing, isn't it? You know, in the 80s and 90s, the average driving distance was about between 240 and 250. What a shot that is. Oh, that's cruel. Oh, that's so cruel.
Rory McIlroy rounds of 64-66. He leads the way. It's going to be an entertaining afternoon of golf here at the Renaissance Club. I'm going to make a bold prediction, Tony. One of these players is going to be in the final group tomorrow.
I can see that.
Given the golf that we've seen over the first couple of days, at the moment, it's good scoring conditions.
Yeah.
I can see one of these players shooting 8 under par today, and that'll be right there tomorrow.
Yeah, and getting off to a quick start. You know, it's pretty benign conditions. They're saying the wind is going to get up to a maximum of about 15 miles an hour. So of the two days over the weekend, this is the day to make a score, because tomorrow they're talking about 40-mile-an-hour winds. Oh my goodness, that is going to be havoc. Havoc.
Some proper links golf. Nikolai Højgaard, 7 under par yesterday. Wouldn't that be a great story? Back-to-back weeks. I think they've done it before as well, from memory.
Yeah. I mean, every time one of them plays well in a tournament and wins or does something special, the twin brother does it the next week. Pure inspiration.
And of course, Nikolai was there to celebrate Rasmus's win last week on the final green.
Drives there. I wonder if does Schauffele know his ball shot through the back. It's sort of fairly blindish down there. He was unlucky. I thought he played a terrific shot, but that's links golf. You can hit 2 shots virtually identically. One pitches on a little downslope and shoots over the back. The other pitches a yard shorter into a little upslope, stops quickly and finishes next to the flag. And you've got to be able to accept that in links golf. Patience is a virtue.
But he could have just as easily played that shot with 1 club more and hit a 10 or 15 yard cut and had a much better result, if you've got the confidence to do that.
If you had. I mean, you know what? I think if his ball had pitched 2 yards further left, it would have been perfect. It's a game really of feet and inches on links courses. See, he's still looking for his ball. He's still looking for
He's 10 yards right of that.
Yeah. He didn't know where it was.
He goes short-sighted himself here at 10. Has he got anything at all, Lindsay?
Yeah, he does. It's a decent lie, to be honest, given that he's in the rough. And what you're looking to do is to get a little bit of height, carry it far enough, and then you can land it on a slight uphill slope and it'll trickle down. If you land this short, you've got a big down slope and it'll kick it forward. So let's say you don't quite strike it, it'll still nudge it forward. So it's doable.
Yeah, good touch. You can hear his fellow players complimenting him. They know it took a little bit of skill there. What do you think went through Schauffele's mind? You can see when he looked down, finally found his ball and looked down at the lie and that long stuff.
Yeah, he probably spent about 30 seconds looking for the ball. It wasn't obvious, so it sat down a little bit in this rough. Definitely needs to get some height on this, and given the ball sitting down a bit, I'm just expecting him to set a bit aloft at setup and just get a little bit steeper and try and pinch it and pop it up in the air that way.
That is absolutely superb from Xander Schauffele, and it's another thing really that just fascinates me constantly is how well they extricate themselves from poor positions and poor lies in the rough.
Yeah, me too. Look, it does make a difference. We had the groove change from pure sort of box grooves a few years ago, but they didn't really go back to what the grooves were like in the sort of 80s and 90s. It's made easier by the modern groove, no question. You give anybody the old V grooves that we used to play with in the early 80s with that one, and you started off with a gentle prayer before you hit it because you didn't know what was going to go on, but they're very skilled.
Fleetwood for eagle down the hill tracking. And that's a rock solid start for Tommy Fleetwood, a birdie to begin his 3rd round. Straight away to 5 under par.
I'm a mathematical genius, He's the first guy to have played the 10th. So the average at the moment is 4.
You'd have to think it can only go downhill from here.
That's quite good. Every player standing on that tee, though, is thinking about a birdie or maybe an eagle slightly downwind. Like any guy that doesn't make a 4 here this morning will be disappointed.
Well, you remember our feature group yesterday of Hatton, Lowry and Hovland, and none of them birdied 10, and yet they shot lights out.
Yep.
Birdie putt for Higo.
You know, the fact that he's sort of gone off the boil a little over the last 12 months, I wonder if it is down to primarily the putting, because when he first came out, man, he just couldn't miss for a year.
I mentioned when we were watching Shuffley on Thursday how I walked around with him at Oak Hill at the PGA Championship. It was 5 over par through 4 holes and was top 15 through 36 holes. A couple over par for the bulk of his round here on Thursday, but really epitomises patience as well as anyone. Shuffley grinding it out. This for a birdie. And straight away gets within 5 strokes of the lead.
Exactly what the doctor ordered, isn't it? He is a calm, cool and collected grinder. What a competitor.
Higo cleaning up. The only par of this trio.
I don't remember him being cross-handed when he was, came out early in his career and had all the wins.
A few demons creeping in, perhaps. It happens.
It does. It does. It's golf and it's putting. If anything will scramble your mind, it's putting.
And these players head to the difficult par 4 11th uphill. A little bit of a dogleg ride, and really it's not easy to find the fairway. It's a camber from left to right, but also quite a tough approach, Tony.
Yeah, it is. Another undulating green. By the way, that tree on the right, man, every time I drive past that tree I stop and just admire it. It's an absolute beauty. But we'll get these graphics with the slopes, and those are the big slopes. Folks at home, don't think that those are the only slopes, because these greens are so undulating, so difficult to read, and the 30 and 40 foot putts. I mean, it's very, very common to have a triple breaker.
And I think people are sometimes fooled when they see that the greens are only running 9.5 on the stip meter as well, or 10 when they're used to seeing 12, 12.5, but really can't get it too much quicker than 10, can you?
No, because you can get an unexpected hoolie blowing through here. I mean, 40 miles an hour tomorrow. If you have the greens at 12, when the wind's blowing 30 or 40 miles an hour, you're going to have to call play. Everybody's going to be.
Well, we'd be here till the following Sunday, wouldn't we?
Absolutely, we'd be here all week.
Well, this part of the world, it definitely feels as though we get all 4 seasons in one day. Driver in hand, definitely looking to work this left to right if you can. A slight dog leg. He's playing short today, straight down breeze.
And he's teed that up on the top of a milk bottle. He is just sweeping that off the top, giving it a ton of air time, and it's delicious.
It's effortless power, isn't it? He just doesn't look like he's going at it hard, but creates a lot of club head speed.
Yeah, and he's not a big guy.
Well, I was watching Tommy Fleetwood warm up earlier this morning. It was pretty early, but my eyes were open and he was working the ball left to right just a hair, just working on those slight cut shots. That's exactly what you need right now. Don't need to lash at this one though.
Interesting point that Incy made there, because Tommy Fleetwood typically likes to move it a little bit the other way from right to left, but a lot of holes here call for a little fade, don't they, Incy?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you naturally work the ball left to right, there's more holes out here that suits your eye. And Garrick Higo, of course, a left-hander, so I need to get my head around this, wants to start this right to left. And slightly longer hitter too. Like I said, it is down breeze, so you don't need to overpower this. Clubbing down with the fairway metal. looking to hug the left half.
Stay out of there. Oh, he stayed out of the long grass. It looks like it's nestled down just a little bit, but shouldn't be too bad. Of course, that then, Xander Schauffele, the defending champion, 7-time PGA Tour winner. "11 top 10s in 25 major starts for Xander Schauffele, but what a win it was here last year in the 2022 Genesis Scottish Open.
On the tee from the USA, Xander Schauffele.
Keep on coming.
Wow, what a shot that is.
That's simply superb.
No, that's gone. That could be in the other one.
This is the issue with that bunker. Go from side to side to side.
And that's 3 bogeys in 4 holes.
Now trailing by 1, Schauffele.
Brilliant, quite brilliant from Schauffele. 2 shots clear. It is victory for Xander Schauffele.
And what a win it was in 2022. But what I find interesting, as I mentioned earlier, the 5th time the Renaissance Club has hosted this Genesis Scottish Open, and the winning score here each year, we've seen a bit of everything. 7 under last year for Xander, 22 under has been a winning score here, and this year we're currently looking at probably somewhere around the mid-teens, depending on the win tomorrow. But it really just epitomises links golf, doesn't it?
It really does. And I mean, this year you'd have to say the rough is, I think, the longest it's ever been, and it has made a difference. It's taken its toll a little bit, but we get a variety.
Did you see the photos of Tommy Fleetwood at Wimbledon the other day?
Man, male model.
Very dapper, wasn't he?
Wasn't he?
He's got his own style and he owns it. It's lovely conditions out here this morning. Blue skies, nice to see. It's certainly forecast to get a little wetter this afternoon. Hopefully we can get play in without any delays. Ball positions of our 3 players. Another big tee shot from Xander Schauffele. 336 and 352 to start the day. Higo in the left rough. Should be all right. I'm sure Incy will be able to tell us shortly.
Yeah, when you get the wind into your face here, that tree on the right really does come into play. Not so much today, but yeah, good drives, aren't they? I mean, got little flicks in there, Incy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Higo managed to stay in that first cut of rough and not in the thick stuff, which is a real bonus. And 152 yards to go. Everything about the lie just says to me that it's going to jump out a bit and maybe not have as much spin. But given he's only got a wedge in hand, he should be able to get it stopping relatively quickly. But the pin's located in a bit of a mini plateau, I would say. There's 2 greenside pot bunkers just left at this, and you do not want to go there. But with just a wedge in hand, you would have thought you'd gauge some sort of control.
Looks like he's getting some type of ruling here. I wonder if it's... Listen in.
I think it might have been inadvertently kicked. I thought I heard somebody say kicked it. Must have had a blindfold on. Somebody kicked it. No advantage, no disadvantage, just following the rules.
It could jump a little bit, so just leave the flag alone, just keeping it right up the flag, okay?
So it sounds like they're looking to play just right at this flag and a couple yards right at this pin. There is a slope, a little runoff area, let's say. It's only going to push the ball further away from the pin. Clearly taking that left bunker out of play.
Well, it's a pretty decent effort, but even though he's only 25, 30 feet away, that's going to be a very difficult putt to judge the pace.
So Tommy Fleetwood's got 133 yards to go, playing from a downhill slope, and this front portion of the green, bang on line with the pin, you've got a bit of a spine. So for Fleetwood, I'm seeing this pitching pretty much pin high, just to take that front portion out of play. You've got to be pretty accurate with this one.
Just superb from Tommy Fleetwood. Boy, he's good with his wedges.
I'll tell you what, that pitch bang in the middle of that spine. That was perfect.
He's looking good, isn't he, Tommy Fleetwood? He's been playing terrific golf the past month.
And speaking of looking good, this man has pretty much hit perfect shots for the first 1.5 holes. Hasn't really made a huge error yet. It's early days and you want to be taking advantage of these early on, especially when you're starting on 10. 119 yards to go.
Yeah, good result from Xander Schauffele, uphill putt for a birdie. You know, he graduated from the Corn Ferry Tour in the US in 2016. He got the 25th and final card. He only just made the PGA Tour by something like $90 or $100 at the end of the year, and it's hard to fathom, really.
Yeah, it is hard to get onto that tour, on any tour. Beautiful, isn't it? Citrus Island.
And that's how things currently stand after day 2 at the Genesis Scottish Open, the third of 5 Rolex Series events on the year. Rory McIlroy leading the way at 10 under par. Ben Arn could only manage a round of level par yesterday. He's in a share of second. Tommy Fleetwood and Xander Schauffele in our feature group coverage this morning, starting with birdies on the 10th hole. David Lingmerth, the Swede, a former winner at the Memorial Tournament, currently inside the top 20. Good to see a couple of Scottish players up there as well. Grant Forrest, Ewan Ferguson. Lowry, 64 in our feature group coverage yesterday. Wyndham Clark, the US Open champion. That'll never get old. US Open champion.
Forever.
Difficult start for Ashan Wu. Don't want to be making too many bogeys out here today. There's Minwoo Lee, the 2021 champion. Alexander Bjork, what a year he is having. No miscuts. He's only been outside the top 30 once and 6 top 10s in his last 7 starts. The cut, of course, fell at 2 under par. Names like Adam Scott missing the cut, finishing at 1 under par. Jordan Spieth as well. Who is going to make a move today? Will it be one of these 3 players? Good chance. Garrick Higgo will be first to putt here at 11, Incy.
Yeah, it's got a generous break left to right, but it's quite steep uphill as well, so he's going to have to hit this quite hard. So that first third, he's going to pretty much putt through the break, and then it's going to take that turn off the left corner and flatten up towards the end. Judgment's crucial. Really important to visualize this one.
He's done really well there to gauge the speed. Time and time again this week we've seen putts up and over ridges down the other side, and it just makes it so difficult to lag it up there within a 2-foot circle.
Yeah, this was a pretty decent effort with the sand wedge. It's just a flick into this green today, short par 4. It's pretty much uphill all the way for Xander Schauffele.
Bit of shaking of the head. Not sure about this. Getting his caddy Austin Kaiser in just to give him his opinion.
Yeah, left at this hole I can see it moving left to right, but actually looking at the top right corner there's a bit of a slope as well, which I think's going to impact this putt more so. This will be a good start if it goes in.
We could very well be on our way to seeing something quite special today from the defending champion. That's a birdie start, and he is only 4 off the lead.
Wow. He's on a mission, isn't he? Firth of 4th. Other side over there. St Andrews and host of wonderful golf courses.
Is that the 5th time you've said the Firth of 4th?
And I haven't blown it yet, because when I'm not on the mic, it's the Firth of the tend to cover the mic in a little bit of spittle when I come out with that.
Well, of course, we've got 2 feature groups here this morning. This is our second feature group down on the first tee. Victor Hovland, Yannick Paul and Torbjorn Olesen. Excellent chance that these 3 players could all be playing in the Ryder Cup this year, but it's sure to be a good day of golf from this trio.
This is game number 17. On the tee from Norway, Victor Hovland.
What a performance yesterday, Tony, from Victor Hovland. Rounds of 73, 63.
It was scary how well he played. Made it look positively simple. You know, when you're 3 over on day 1, you come out and produce something that special. It was a lot of fun to watch.
So he's just teeing it down a little bit lower here at number 1 with the driver. It calls for a little bit of a fade, which he likes to hit.
Do you think he's ever hit a driver gently? Man, he gives every single drive the full treatment.
And that is perfect.
On the tee from Germany, Yannick Paul.
What a 12 months this man has had. A winner in Mallorca last year, a couple of runner-ups in Asia earlier this year.
It's amazing. You see the practice swing there. No drop of the head at all through impact. And then watch what his head does here when he's actually got the ball in front of him. It's dropped 8 or 10 inches, but he does it consistently.
On the tee from Denmark, Torbjorn Olesen.
Just thinking back to Yannick Paul, he's one of very few players that has a practice swing next to the ball. I remember Davis Love and Olafable used to do that, but not many.
Yeah, and Ollie's practice swing was a full-blooded practice swing, wasn't it? It was a violent practice swing.
I was there when Olesen won in Thailand earlier this year, an emotional 7th victory. He's been playing some good golf.
It's just that one bunker down the right that you have to avoid. I think he has. I think he's avoided it right. Well right.
Yeah, now you gotta watch.
Well, not a great start, but that should be okay over there for the day. Currently 11th in the race to Dubai. starting 6 shots behind Rory McIlroy.
Typical.
Just a little bit of movement on the tops of the fescue grass in the rough there.
It's a tremendous second shot from Tommy Fleetwood at 11. Mike Shoffley started with a birdie at 10. Can he also go back to back? He can. He can. 2 under par through 2 holes.
We were so spoilt on day 1 and 2 with the groups that we watch in the morning feature groups. I thought, well, it can't be that good again, but maybe.
This is the side certainly to make his score, and they are taking full advantage. There's Tommy Fleetwood already through 2 holes, making his way onto the first page of the leaderboard, and just 4 behind our leader, Rory McIlroy. Shoffley as well. Daniel Hillier, what a few weeks he has had. A winner at the Betfred British Masters a couple of weeks ago. Bob McIntyre, wouldn't he be a popular winner here?
Can you imagine? Oh my goodness, it'll be mayhem.
And coming off the capitulation last week where he led by 2 with 6 holes to play, it would be an emotional win. Thomas Dietrich had a great opening round. 64, unable to continue that momentum yesterday. Par 3, 12, Shoffley on the tee.
Sneaky flag this. Just 6 on, 5 off the left. It's a big slope right of the flag. Yeah, he didn't want to come up short, but he's overcooked it, hasn't he?
That's a serious overclub.
Mm.
Might be a difficult shot from behind the green, but that's 25, 30 yards long. I mean, downwind with the flag there. I'm not sure we're going to see too many balls close to that flag today.
We'll see quite a few down in the dip where the green arrows are, and that dip on the left where the green arrows are. It's quite a small target area. Pinpoint precision required. Oh. So sounded like a squeaking of tires or something in the distance. Something right at impact. A little disconcerting. There are a lot of players that would go completely berserk at that. Not Tommy. Just gives them a little look and a...
Well, that's the angriest I've ever seen him.
He's furious, isn't he? Look at him. Oh, he's such a nice man. He really is.
0 for 2 on the green here at 12. Higo trying to launch one up in the air with 8 iron. There'll be a lot of that today, Tony.
Ooh, won't there, Justin? That's going to be not the easiest putt. Yeah, none of them want to come up short. All left. I mean, it's just a tough flag to get at. You're right, yeah. Downwind.
We saw Ollison lose his tee shot well to the right here at the opening hole. 11th currently in the race to Dubai standings. Of course, played Ryder Cup back in 2018 on the Golf National. Dominated Jordan Spieth in the singles that final day. Would love to make a second Ryder Cup appearance in Rome, and looking good for that. Here he is, approach shot.
You can hear how lush that grass is with the strike. Will it come back? There's a big slope there. Will it reappear? Yes, it will. It's a good result.
Oh, Shoffley's absolutely flushed this one off the tee here on the par 3 12th. It's a stunner of a hole. Ball's above his feet, so naturally it's going to de-loft this club a little bit. But you want to look to land this at least on that halfway point. It's going to go up a little ridge and then back down. You'll see a lot of players doing that, making sure that club face is nice and dry just before the shot. If there's too much moisture, you won't get that spin that you need.
particularly on the upslope, just could easily have gone down a club or two to something less lofted and got it coming in flatter and running more. Yannick Paul off a perfect tee shot.
Uphill lie there in the first fairway. Oh, terrific shot from the German. Makes his home in Arizona these days. Let's head back to Tommy Fleetwood at 12.
Yeah, just short of this green in the middle section of the front, there's a big false front, so bit of work to do. Climbing up a steep slope to start off with and then flattens out towards the end, but should subtly break off his right.
Is that a conventional grip?
I didn't notice, was it?
The camera was a long way away, but that didn't look like the claw to me.
Oh, I'd like to see that again. Hovland. Talk about a perfect drive. And he's had his irons dialed in.
Yeah, it was on a good line. That's a good leave for the Norwegian.
Well, the greatest challenge with this putt is it's outside that 40 feet mark, but it's actually the pace control, because standing from where Hirko is, it doesn't look like a downhill putt, but standing on the hole side, it looks fast.
Oh. Average, all three players with tricky par putts here at 12.
It's impossible to get a straightforward 40-footer here on this course, isn't it? You know you're going to have something intervening between you and the hole that's going to make you ask a lot of questions.
Well, you're generally always happy with the two-putt unless your name's Shane Lowry.
Yeah. He was a freak of nature, wasn't he? With a putter.
Well, important putt here, Hinsey, after a birdie start to continue that momentum.
Yeah, he was definitely disappointed with that chip shot. You can understand why. Testing putt, I mean, he's on the putting green, I think, 2 days ago to like 9 PM or something. So he's been grinding it out in the evenings, but Scottish summer is absolutely stunning. If it's sunny, it's beautiful. When it's raining, as long as you've got the right clothes, I guess it's okay.
Well, if he putted till 9 PM, he could have kept putting for another 2 hours in the daylight.
Yeah, no, he's definitely been grinding it out here. Just a hint of left to right for par. These are the important ones.
That is 3 fabulous putts to start the day for Xander Schauffele, and that is huge for his momentum.
Yeah, those ones just keep you on the rails, don't they? Get off to such a quick start, you don't want to get a soft bogey. Beautifully done.
Back at 1, Ollison, birdie putt, another one of those ones, Tony, coming up and over a ridge down the other side.
Right to left and then maybe left to right.
Good try for the Dane.
I wonder if Tom Dirk got one of his kids when they were young to design these with Play-Doh. Right, make me something really lumpy and bumpy, but they are beautiful surfaces.
Good 2-putt from the South African. 3 pars to begin his round. You know, I mentioned that his season hasn't been quite what he was hoping for, but he's still 81st in the FedEx Cup. When you set a benchmark as high as what he did early on, the expectations just go up, don't they?
Yeah, very hard to maintain it. Paul? Can he open with a birdie? What a good try. Just needed another 6 inches of pace. He would have had it.
Tommy Fleetwood Should be able to clean up for par here at 12. Beautifully done.
I'm going to be paying close attention to his putting grip on the longer putts now. I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw Tommy go with an orthodox grip. He doesn't seem to chop and change too much, does he?
No, it's definitely the claw for his second putt there. Now Hovland birdie putted 1. Fooled him a little bit, but it's always going to be moving a little bit left. 7 under yesterday. He was actually 1 over par his last 4 holes.
I find it a little bit strange that you've got to mark the ball and line the line on the ball up with a hole from 18 inches, especially when the putts come from the other side and you know exactly what it's doing, basically dead straight. But you know, it's all about routine, isn't it, with these guys? They try and maintain the same routine throughout.
Very meticulous. As our first feature group makes their way to the signature par 4 13th. Beautiful hole, isn't it, Tony?
Oh man, it's just glorious actually. And an intimidating tee shot. Steep drop off, out of bounds, tight left, just in the rough there. You can see the little white stakes if you look carefully.
And it's played quite differently, hasn't it? The first 2 days we saw all players taking 3-wood or long iron on day 1, but yesterday there were a lot of drivers back into the breeze playing a bit longer.
Yeah, today it's pretty much straight off the right. It's a southerly wind. So will anyone be tempted? You bring so much trouble into play, don't you, Ewan? Do you really need to? You can hit a 3-iron off the tee and a sand wedge or a wedge in. It looks a bit dark and somber.
Of course, the forecast a little ominous this afternoon. Let's hope it stays away until players finish. For right now, it's absolutely perfect scoring conditions. That is a postcard.
When you get a nice, strong left to right wind blowing here, man, it can make the trousers quiver and the heart quake.
Xander Schauffele will be first to play.
I like this play with the iron. The tee's been moved up just shy of 50 yards today. There's a very friendly breeze off the right. That is perfect.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Playing 362 yards today. How many players will take the Chief?
I think we'll find quite a few guys who've just made the cut, maybe pushing a little bit.
Breeze off the right, Incy. Do you think with the driver they could get it pretty close? They could, couldn't they?
They potentially could. Definitely pulling the driver out puts more danger in play, but that's the whole fun of it, right? Risk and rewards. You've got the out of bounds and the beach essentially all the way down the left. You've got thick rough down the right. The fairway starts to pinch in the further down you go, but if you can get close, you might be tempted. The only reason why Tommy Fleetwood was pulling the driver out right now is because of this friendly breeze off the right. If it was off the left, I don't think he'd be doing the same. You'd be aiming down the right, you bail out safe. It's still a risky play.
That's just ideal from Tommy Fleetwood. I'm not sure he made the contact he wanted to with it, but that is perfect.
That is seriously gutsy. I'm currently standing on the 14th tee box right now, and that fairway is no more than, I'm going to say, 18 yards wide. It's a tiny target, especially when you're launching it 300 yards in the air. Garrick Higo going for the more sensible play with the iron in hand, looking to hug the right half.
Yeah, you've only got to make one mistake on this hole with a driver and knock it out of bounds and walk off with a 6 or a 7, and you tend thereafter to go with a safe shot off the tee.
I mean, I could just see this hole setting up right now perfectly for Rory McIlroy to take driver, but Willie leading the tournament.
Absolutely perfect for him.
What a start for Schauffele and Fleetwood. 2 under through 3 holes today. A nice leisurely walk in the park along the links this morning, isn't it? Early start.
It's a fabulous risk and reward little par 4, this 13th.
Well, quite the opposite is hole number 2. It's been one of the hardest holes on the golf course the first 2 days. Victor Hovland on the tee.
Down the right wing, and
that is thick grass over there. What's your thoughts on the hoodie, Tony? I could see you in one of those.
Maybe 30 years ago. I quite like them. I like, I like seeing the new fashions, most of them. I'm still not sure about the shrunk trouser legs that come halfway up the calf.
This man typically wears those, but he's got the normal trousers on today. Loves his navy blue. Not a Spaniard that used to like wearing the navy blue. It's really been a late blooming Yannick Paul, 29 years of age, and it's really only in the last 12 months that he's started to shine. That'll all be lie dependent over there on the right hand side. He's made 36 of his last 42 cuts on the DP World Tour, Yannick Paul. Of course, a win in that and 5 top 10s this year.
Serious consistency. Miscued off the first tee, a bit of a necky block fade. He will have forgotten about that. Is that also sneaking down the right wing? No.
That's absolutely fine. Looked a lot more in sync with that swing.
Fidra Island. Fidra, the Norse word for feathers, because of there are millions of them on that island.
Higo from the left side of the fairway here at 13.
From 155 yards out from the left half, this is a great angle to this left pin actually. Looking to carry this all the way. If anything, a couple of yards right of this flag without too much spin would be perfect.
Just like you said, drew it up perfectly, and a good chance there for Higo. We should see a lot of close birdie putts here at 13 today, Incy.
Yeah, I think it was quite gettable yesterday. Similar sort of stuff today. Xander Schauffele from 145 pretty much. If you pitch this pin high with too much spin, there is a bit of a false front. It whizzes back, which is why you just want to control it down there. Easy does it. This is no more than a pitching wedge.
Get back there. Nope.
You heard him say there to his caddy Austin, bit of a mishit. Disappointing really for Schauffele.
It's amazing when you do stand from above and ahead actually, you can see the mishits. It almost looks like the ball travels in slow motion. It's that extra bit of spin that you get, I guess. And Tommy Fleetwood, this was a gutsy play off the tee, taking on the driver. You can probably see how narrow that fairway is from 80 yards to this tucked away left pin. You're really looking to just cruise a sand wedge here.
Do you think that camera angle we just had there, Tony, do you think Tourism Scotland could have drawn it up any better?
No.
Visit Scotland.com, right behind you.
Perfect placement.
Speaking of perfect placement, this was the perfect tee shot. Great opportunity, you would have thought. I'm expecting Fleetwood to hit this at least 6 feet.
really has become a very good wedge player. Tommy, when he came out on tour, not so much. He wasn't a great chipper. I remember he did a bit of work with Jamie Spence, who works with us a lot of the time. And you can see how disappointed he is with that. He expected a lot better. And it's still not that bad. What a picture. Oh my goodness. That is postcard stuff, isn't it?
And of course, just around the other side of the Firth of Forth there, St Andrews, Carnoustie, Kingsbarns.
How sweet it is.
Ooh, precarious position here for Hovland. Severe uphill lie, ball above his feet.
Begging it to get down. He's played a beauty though. Makes such a difference if there's not too much grass behind the ball. You can handle grass in front of the ball, but you want it clean at the back of the ball. So you can get the strike. Good shot from where he was.
In a similar position for Yannick Paul, although this looks to be perhaps a little tougher predicament than what Hovland had. Aiming right.
Yeah, control's not going to be easy.
That's certainly where strength comes into it, holding that club face off on the follow through, and he's done very well to get that onto the front edge, Yannick Paul.
I think he was expecting a bit of a flyer there, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be too disappointed with a birdie putt out of it. Speaking of birdie putts, let's head over to 13, Xander Schauffele.
Hello? Oh, what a good try.
The only player of this trio to play from the fairway at number 2, Olesen, second shot. Pin tucked way over on the left, aiming it right of the flag. Excellent. Marvellous shot from the Dane.
Tom Doak, when he was looking at this piece of land, I mean, this would just stand out immediately. When he's done a great job, but you wouldn't have to be the world's best golf course architect to see this little par 4, would you? It's just begging for a little short par 4 around the corner along the edge of the cliffs. And he's utilised it magnificently.
Left to right, this one for Higo. Will it stay up? Not quite. You know, I drove here, I'm staying almost in the city centre, which is 50 minutes away, and this is the first time this morning that I drove here along the coastline as Yannick Paul hits a long birdie putt here at number 2. But everyone knows all about Muirfield, Gullen, of course the Renaissance Club on Archerfield here, but some of the other golf courses that fly under the radar, Longderry, Loveness, of course Musselburgh, Royal Musselburgh. I mean, it's just incredible. The ones you don't hear about are equally as special.
And they're just beautiful. A little bit shy there for Yannick Paul, but it was long range up that steep tier. It's not bad.
Schauffele cleaning up for his par there. 2 birdies, 2 pars through his first 4 holes. Six under par, currently inside the top 10. 4 under par in 37th. This is a bunched leaderboard. And really, unless the leaders go low today, could be anyone's tournament tomorrow.
Anybody could come out of the pack today, couldn't they? Throw in a low one, and they'll all be aware of it.
I made the call at the start of the day. It's a bold one, but either Schauffele or Fleetwood, or perhaps both, will be in the final group tomorrow.
Bold call, but I tell you what, you may be right.
This is to get within 3 of the lead. 9 feet downhill.
Just didn't see that much right to left, did he? Put a good stroke on it, started it pretty straight. Hovland for his birdie at the second. Did really well to get here from an awkward position in the rough.
I love the hoodies, but I rarely see anyone with the hoodie over their head.
Yeah, I don't mind the hoodies, but I don't really like them over the head. Yeah, it looks like a mugger wandering down the road looking for somebody to take care of.
He's played some brilliant golf this year. Olesen. 4 top 10s. That win in Thailand, I was there for that win in Thailand. 8 under 64, he shot that final round. Knows how to get the job done when he's in contention. Oh. You know, I worked in Denmark last week and I was having a chat to Søren Kjelston, and when he started out in the late 90s, he's been around obviously a long time now, but there was himself, Søren and Anders Hansen and Thomas Bjorn. He had 4 Danes, and now there's about 24 out there, and the men and the women equally as talented.
Well, they had a lot to do with that, didn't they? For the par, well done, that's a good 2-putt from very long range.
Scandinavia in general is just producing so many good players, male and female.
Par 3, 14th. See, just to the right there, that's the 12th green. These 2 par 3s go in opposite directions, separated by that stone wall, which can really come into play. And the wind today is going to be off the left and into, so if you make a mistake, you can get up against that wall. There's no relief from the walls. They are an integral part of the course.
Well, I'm not sure what you can see in your screens, but when the players are standing on the 14th tee box, you definitely get the best views.
No, I don't.
Got 163 yards to this pin today.
What number? Yep.
It's an elevated tee box, so it does play at least half a club downhill, but because it is slightly interprise, it does play its full yardage, make it 167. I'm going to add a couple more yards. It's a chippy 8-iron.
Oh, wonderful shot from Xander Schauffele. And you know, yesterday, Tony, at the beginning of our broadcast, I said we'd see a 1 here yesterday.
We did.
Nicholas Colsaerts,
yes.
the vice captain.
Yeah, and sadly missed the cut. Missed a putt of about 30 inches apparently on the 18th. Would have made it on the number.
He aced this one and eagled 16 and birdied 17. In amongst that, had 2 birdies.
Amazing. Just proof that he never gives up. You enjoyed that tee shot, didn't you, NC?
It was a stellar. I think it takes a gutsy shot to get this pin high. It's a lot harder than it looks. Although the pin's in the middle right section from this angle and the wall behind, it feels like it's a back pin. It'd be very easy to come up shy of this flag. So important to control that trajectory and keep it down. Whenever you're playing from an elevated tee box, breeze into, as soon as that ball starts climbing, it's going to come straight back down and take a bunch of yards off it.
this man controls his trajectory as well as anyone as he pulled that a little. Just getting caught up in the breeze on the putting surface.
It's an unfair advantage when your hair can tell you the wind direction. No need to throw grass up. Just take your cap off, feel it.
And he's cut it as well. All right, here go now.
Yeah, slightly stronger player, maybe just back footing a 9-iron. Working this left to right, a baby draw for him.
Posing, Tony. That too, just getting caught up a little bit in the breeze.
He liked that, didn't he? It was straight down the banner.
Par 5 third. Hovland on the tee, 600 yards. Calls for a little fade up here. Downwind on day one, some of the players were taking it over the trees on the right hand side, leaving themselves just a mid to long iron in. Just in the first cup, that's fine and reachable from there.
Good crowds out here early too. I mean, they're not going to miss the opportunity to watch these fantastic players. Yannick Paul also going to give this a scene to wind straight off the right today. There's one lone fairway bunker down the left at about 320. Out of reach from most of them today, I would think, but man, it attracts golf balls like a magnet.
You never ever see a player hit a snap hook anymore. Ever.
Almost can't be done with modern equipment. It was a common sight for the Bellata and a persimmon. You got it at the toe.
Well, as soon as you tried to give it a little bit extra and get behind it, Hollison lost it right at 1. And it looks like he's done the same here at 3.
Ooh. Well, it tried its best for him.
Ball doesn't often rattle around in tall trees when you're playing links golf, but that's the first page of our leaderboard here on day 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open, third of 5 Rolex Series events for the year. Thomas Dietrich, 6 under par on day 1. A couple over yesterday, good start today for the Belgian, looking for his first win. Padraig Harrington, 53 years old. He's a chance for the Ryder Cup.
Well, they'd have to think about it. You know, if he was to pull off a win now...
It'd be silly not to. He's proving that he's still got the game, and he's played how many? He's played 10 of them?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you.
A couple of Scots there, McIntyre, Callum Hill going well. All positions at 14. Garrick Higo, that's the longest 5 feet 5 inches I've ever seen. Tommy Fleetwood now for birdie.
I don't know what to say.
It's got a healthy break left to right to start off with, guys.
Tommy Fleetwood, 3 under par through 5 holes. What a start for the Englishman. And according to our graphic, that was from 7 feet 2 inches.
Must be the land of the giants. What a putt. Here we go. I mean, he's definitely thinking 2 putts from here. You can see he didn't have to hit it that hard. And yes, it was motoring. But you take it out the middle of the hole, who cares? What a start to the day. Wow. 3 under after 5. Tommy? This is what we came out here to see today.
He's only 3 off the lead. Here go now.
Still waiting for his first birdie of the day.
Oh, you mentioned his putting earlier. He's 135th on the PGA Tour this season. Makes you scratch your head, doesn't it?
Man, it does. And actually I was, as you said that. Just, yeah, he was just, when he first came out, he was renowned for being, well, just a world-class putter. World-class putter. But it's a strange thing, putting, isn't it? It doesn't take a lot to lose your confidence and your belief in yourself, and it's hard to get it back.
Speaking of confidence, this man ranks in the top 25 in just about every statistical category, which means he doesn't have a weakness, means you're going to be consistent, and he epitomises that. What a view that is. You're going to take a photo and promote it as Scotland. That's it right there. This to get within 3 of the lead. What a start.
Amazing. He and Tommy Fleetwood, identical scores. Birdie, birdie, par, par, birdie.
Well, that was 16 feet 6 inches apparently. Garrick Higgo had a wonderful start to the season this year. He finished 3rd in the Sanderson Farms Championship in Mississippi in the US. 2023 alone, he's had 11 missed cuts.
Man.
And I don't care how good you are, that wears on you.
Yeah, no question. Self-confidence, self-belief does take a toll. And I reckon it's all down to the short stick.
And it's got to be demoralising as well when you're playing with 2 players who are on fire.
Yeah, you feel like you're trying to float along with one of those rocks out of the wall tied to your leg.
Yannick Paul from the first cut, good lie. And I think sometimes when you're coming from the distance that he is here at the third, about 290, 300 yards, could be beneficial coming out of the first cut. You can chase it up a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. You want it to be running, don't you?
Being told Olesen has already laid up.
Oh, he's gone after that. He's at absolutely full stretch.
Oh boy, he would have got there for sure. That's in the greenside right bunker. We saw Ricky Fowler in there yesterday, but with the flag cut towards the front, that shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Gave that a spanking, didn't he? Wow.
Playing with a watch on as well. You don't see that too often.
No. Could you? I could never have played with anything on my wrists.
Terrible tan lines as well. Hovland now, second shot.
He's also given that a crunch. Should be able to get it home. Did it stay out of the bunker, or did it catch the edge? I hope for his sake it's not in there. Heck of a lot easier chipping.
I have a feeling we are going to have an extremely bunched leaderboard at the end of today. A lot of birdies already being made early on day 3 as we take a look overhead at the difficult par 4 15th.
Yeah, it's a test, this 488 yards. Flag tucked up on the right. Those bunkers there, those got 4 bunkers down the right there. Oof, in the little cluster. And those are right in play today, aren't they, Nancy?
Absolutely, yeah. They pretty much are every day, but straight down breeze today. Got Schauffele on the tee with the driver in hand, and of course looking to finish this up on the short stuff. You've got quite thick rough on the left, but it's a cheeky pin today. It's tucked on that right half behind a bunker, which is why it makes it more important to hit the fairway. He's just driving it beautifully, isn't he?
That was machine-like, did not deviate really, that one. Said 32 yards, but hardly looked like it moved in the air.
That's just the perfect angle as well for the next one. Tommy Fleetwood wants to replicate that. It's one of those holes, I don't see as many birdies. As long as you get the drive going, you can't really make a big mistake either, because it's just the flick, given it's down breeze. however you miss this fairway, it's almost a guaranteed bogey.
Yeah, nice bounce. Good tee shot from Tommy Fleetwood.
I don't know about you guys, but I always loved hitting a driver, especially when it's down breeze. It just felt as though you can tee it up a little bit. You don't need to lash at it as hard. Always found it easier to hit my targets.
Oh, absolutely. No question about that. Higo.
Yeah.
2 down the left-hand side. I think the only thing you've got to be careful of with that, we saw it with McIlroy here yesterday, is you just don't get behind it. Try and give it a little bit extra and work it left. Throw a blanket over those 3.
Yeah. And maybe not even a king size. Yeah, downwind is always nicer, isn't it? Because it straightens out any side spin, the opposite into the wind. And, oh.
That was a great ball follow there. He can't have been more than 60, 65 yards. That one curved quite a bit from right to left in the air.
Quite a nasty little bounce too, wasn't it? It is a side slope, we know, but I think the shot was better than the result. Ooh, it looks like he's right up against the face. Oh, he is. You know what? Slightly on the upslope, which is going to help. But
still going to carry it a fair way.
Oh, yeah.
Just shot out left on him.
Yeah, it was more the sort of modern way of playing it, wasn't it? With a squarer club face and swinging it back square. I don't see that from that spot. Open face, open stance, so much more control.
A little bit of an upslope's going to help him.
It's going to help him, no question. And he's not renowned for his chipping, but we have seen him play some beauties this week so far. It's improving.
Beautifully played from Victor Hovland. One thing he's trying to do with his chipping and pitching around the greens, just to keep his body moving a little bit. I know Brett Rumford is a big advocate of that, one of the greatest short game exponents we've seen in the 21st century. Just loves to keep the body moving and not as much opportunity to be static and tension. Used the bounce beautifully there.
Yeah, there's no question his chipping action has improved. And you know, it suits certain players to go with the body, as you say, turn it out the way. You get a guy like Shane Lowry, you know, who's a feel and hands player. And it's all about wrists and hands and touch. Seve was like that. You know, if you'd said to Seve, turn your body out the way, he would have, care?
And it's funny, those players that are so natural around the greens, they can't even really explain what they do. It just comes so naturally.
Absolutely. You ask them, you know, tell me what you're trying to do, and they go, I'm trying to hole it.
You'd remember, obviously, Peter Chook Fowler, the Australian, who Seve went up to one day and said, besides me, you have best short game on European tour. And he only ever used to use a sand wedge, no lob wedge.
Yeah, what a compliment coming from the king. Most talented, naturally talented player that ever lived, Seve, and how we miss him.
Actually, where we're headed next week, Royal Liverpool. Seve played his last Open Championship there back in 2006 when Tiger Woods was victorious. Yannick Paul now past the first 2 holes. This for a birdie at 3. Tony, I know you're a big fan of the aim point method. What are they trying to feel in their feet there?
You're not going to suck me in. I'm not a fan at all, to be honest. I think, you know, some guys, you know, we've seen guys use it and use it very well, but for me, you know, either trust your eyes or get a caddy with great eyes. You know, it's all theory and supposition, and if it works for you, happy days. But you've never seen a great putter that needed that aid. But, you know, not everybody has got great eyes, so you will do what it takes to help you. In my opinion, it's sort of really just, it backs up what you're seeing with your eyes. Also seen some horrific misreads with it.
Well, look, we've spoken about it over the first couple of days as Hovland lines up this birdie putt at 3, but I think if you asked every single one of these players when they putted their best, they would all say, when I was a kid. Yep. And why is that? Because they didn't think anything. They didn't overanalyze, overthink.
And you know, when they walk down the line with their feet either side of the line, I would like to get them on a putting green with a, you know, with a spirit level. I've got a little gizmo at home called a Break Master, and check how good they are at it. I'd love to know how good they are at it.
Good up and down from Victor Hovland, 5 under par. And he's within 5 of the lead. Let's go to Tommy Fleetwood, up ahead at 15.
145 yards to go. You pitch this short of this flag, it will kick on. It's down breeze as well. But just a 48 degree, which is a pitching wedge, so it should stick.
Ho, 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 ho. Tommy Fleetwood, you little beauty. He's going to go to 4 under for the day and to 8 under. 2 behind. Have you got a crystal ball, Ewan? That call this morning. Oh, he's just eyeing this up, isn't he? He knows it's good, but how good? Very is the short answer.
Absolutely marvellous. And remember the par 5 16th upcoming. Here go with his second.
From 144 yards. Oh, look at that. The gust just picked up.
That is a serious miscue from 144. He's flown that 15 yards long.
And that's another department that he was brilliant at when he first came out. Wedge play, chipping, everything with the short game. I think you're right, Nancy. Maybe the gust got him.
Yeah, in the last 30 seconds, it really just did pick up. You can see Tom Fleetwood taking his time. Schauffele from 141, cruising a gap wedge. It's either that, land it short, one hop and stop, or you can club down to a 56 degree and look to pitch it all the way, a bit like Tommy Fleetwood, and then it will grab. It's much flatter around the pin. Just purely depends on what you fancy. You have options on links courses.
This is exquisite golf, isn't it, from Schauffele and Fleetwood? Pretty much give Fleetwood his putt. Schauffele with an excellent chance, both of them, to move within 2 of the lead.
Another early morning treat for us, isn't it?
62, 63, 64 and 65 were the scores in our feature groups yesterday, and 2 67s.
Amazing stuff.
We're well on our way to that again today as Victor Hovland taking a 3-wood from the 4th tee. That is perfect. Just outside our commentary box there. Get a good look at him for his second shot.
Yeah, nice angle into the back left flag as well.
Olesen off the birdie at 3. 3-wood as well. This one is heading a little bit left.
Straight in the bunker. Bunker left, bunker right. 270-ish to reach that left-hand one. I think he's gone in there. That won't be fun.
Paul as well with the 3-wood.
Downwind and out of the left.
Riding that breeze, fading back absolutely perfectly.
is so pure.
A relatively basic shot. If you're a right-handed golfer, the ball's above your feet, but for a lefty, ball below. Just going to add a bit more loft instead.
I mean, you'd have to say, line-wise, that's way off from where he was. The distance was lovely, but...
Well, he's missed the target by 7 feet from 10 yards, 15 yards.
That is really odd. I mean, there's no way you were seeing that much break in it. How strange.
Yeah, it was a good lie. He doesn't really have any excuses, to be honest. Xander Schauffele with an awesome approach shot. Great chance for birdie here. Just a hair uphill, breaking off the right. You putt this firm. I wouldn't play this outside of the hole. It's very subtle. He's been driving it beautifully. He's been putting really well. Can he add to that birdie tally chart? We'll see.
I want to get an early prediction from you, Incy.
I'm going to call yes, absolutely. I don't want to jinx it, but he's been rolling the ball really nicely.
You wouldn't bet against him, that's for sure. His putting has been something to behold.
Well, if this goes in, pretty much given Tommy Fleetwood his. They're both 4 under par through 6 holes. They've got a par 5 coming up.
Great stuff.
Bear in mind, Xander Schauffele was 2 over par through 14 holes on day 1. Really behind the 8 ball all day long. Now he's 8 under par, just 2 behind.
This is a proper defense of a title.
Remember last year he was 11 strokes behind after 2 rounds.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable comeback.
Par putt for Higo.
Come on, Garrick. Roll it in there. Oh, man. Back-to-back bogeys. He'll feel like he's limping around playing with these two. Horrible feeling.
And to give him some credit, we've been critical of his putting so far, but very, very calm demeanour.
He's a lovely young man. He really is. He's actually a delight, and it's hard to watch him struggling like this. This game can give you so much, but it can punish you too.
Oh, Fleetwood just 3.5 feet here to join Schauffele at 8 under par. It's just been a clinic from both players already this morning. Just sensing something special from at least one of these two, if not both of them. That's 4 under par through 6 holes for Tommy Fleetwood. Joins Schauffele at 8 under, just 2 off the lead and in a share of 5th.
Worth another look, isn't it? I mean, the distance control. He's eyeing it up and down. We always know that's a good sign. But the distance control, the spin control, exquisite.
Well, you're doing yourself a disservice if you're not watching our feature group coverage this morning. Not just because you're missing out on Tony Johnstone's voice, but also the quality of golf is just sublime. Olesen, that was his 3rd shot after driving into the fairway bunker at 4.
Yeah, have you had too much coffee this morning? My, we've had some fun this week, haven't we?
Well, links golf is the best golf. There's no question about that. And then when you add into it the fact that we're seeing these low scores from the best players in the world in a beautiful country.
Oh, it's heaven. It's heaven.
As good as it gets. Second shot for Paul.
Great drive. stay.
Yeah, not great, but you'll see a lot of balls short of the flag there at 4 today.
Yep. And he probably hasn't played that much links golf, I would think, over the years. So,
well, went to college in America when he was 18,
exactly.
Been based there since.
Yeah. It is it's a learning curve. Schauffele. Par 5, 16. Okay.
Absolutely fine. You saw the apex there at 92 feet. Most of these players up over 100 feet, but back into a little bit of breeze trying to flight it down.
And we saw Rory the other day, it was sort of 130, 140 feet.
Third of 5 Rolex Series events in 2023 on the DP World Tour. Hovland, right side of the fairway here at 4. Good angle. Okay. I think with wedge in hand he would have expected a little bit better. But all these fans out here this morning, there are plenty of them being treated to some fantastic golf from the best players in the world. Here go on the tee at 16. And good tee shot there. I've been told that Tommy Fleetwood has found the right rough there at 16. It's good scoring conditions here in the morning of day 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open. Fleetwood, Schauffele in our feature group coverage, 4 under through 6 holes. Thomas Dietrich going along very nicely as well, as too is the Swede Joachim Lagergren. McIlroy starts the day 1 ahead of Tyrrell Hatton, who's a 4-time Rolex Series winner. Look at this, 20-something players within 4 shots of the lead, anyone's tournament. 26 players to be exact. I always found it tough when it's bunched like this. You drop 1 or 2 shots, all of a sudden you go from top 10 to outside the top 30 or 40. That's a big difference in your paycheck.
Huge. But you make 1 birdie or 1 eagle and you think, oh, hello.
Fun for us to watch.
Yep. Hasn't it been for the last 2 and a bit days? Been wonderful.
Wyndham Clark, what a year he's had. 7 top 10s, winner at the Wells Fargo, and of course the US Open champion last month. Back at 4, long birdie putt for the German Yannick Paul.
Look at those trouser legs. Wow, the wind has suddenly got up strong, nice. Opens his birdie account. Great putt.
Let's take another look at that. That was not an easy one to judge. The pace up and over the rise, braking quite significantly left to right. He's never missing. Olesen is for a par after driving in the fairway bunker. Similar line to Paul's.
And this wind was supposed to get to 10 or 12, maybe 15 miles an hour. It's harder than that. It won't have to get a lot harder to start affecting the line on the putts.
Yeah, quite breezy there, isn't it, around the 4th green? Meant to be even windier tomorrow. These are the ball positions of our first feature group at the par 5 16th. Big tee shot from Gary Kigo, 318 yards. Fleetwood finding the right rough. I'm sure Incy will be able to tell us very soon how that's lying, but Schauffele looks like he's going to be first to play.
Yeah, Schauffele's got 291 yards to go.
Yeah, see there's a little gap in that tall tree line? Yeah. Like a little white. Yeah. It's right there. So we're trying to bring this down on that top. Yeah. And with that pin, this pin, do you like favoring this side, right? With this bowl, it's, I mean, with this wind, it's doable because it is cut, but like, I mean, how far is this front? 254. Okay. 288 pin, so that's all that. Okay. Wind's here.
It's a big ask today. Okay. 257 yards to the front edge of this green, like I said, straight into the breeze, and you land it short of that, it can really kick anywhere because you've got that awkward spine. But Schauffele looking to pitch this, I'd imagine, in the front portion of the green. Pins in that back right section today.
Left kick.
Starting it well right, trying to draw back. Looked like it floated up in the breeze.
Well right,
way right, but that's actually not too bad. He's avoided the long grass. It won't be an overly difficult pitch from there, and back into the breeze.
Yeah, flattened grass from the galleries too. Might get a lie.
Tommy Fleetwood's got quite lucky.
Don't hit that crown, mate. Just right to the crown.
Yeah.
Ball's in the right rough.
You know, mostly go just left of the tower. It's going to be short, isn't it? You're going to have a shot. It's going to be way short, so you can, doesn't matter. You're right, just left of the tower. Finish.
Could have been a lot worse, that's for sure. 243 yards to the front edge. Long iron in hand, looking to chase this one. Keep it low. Out this light, it's going to jump as well.
I know Tommy Fleetwood typically goes down the grip, but he was almost on the steel there, and I guess the only way to describe it is I'm a bit perplexed with that shot.
Yeah, long way down the grip, wasn't it? Big break here for Hovland. A lot of left to right, and well, underhit it. Slope had its own way. That's one of the problems, I think, with you know, the 8-point system. You know, what does it tell you about speed? And then if you haven't got pace, you've got nothing in putting. Nothing.
I'm with you. Wind just starting to pick up a little bit out here. 8:38 a.m. local time. Higo playing quickly at 16, second shot.
Was that a layup? Was that a layup, NC, or did he get it down there?
No, he was trying to chase it down there. It's just short right at the green. It's not a bad leave at all.
Okay, good stuff.
Let's go back to the fifth tee. Short par 4. We saw Ludwig Arberg, the Swede, almost make an ace here yesterday. Yannick Paul off a great birdie at number 4. Of course, this hole in rounds 1 and 2, it'll be number 13 in rounds 3 and 4. Every player that drives the green, 100 trees to be planted in partnership with One Tree Planted. Forms part of the DP World Tour's wider green drive sustainability strategy, where the tour is committed to being net carbon, zero carbon by 2040.
The one true danger of this hole is the little pot bunker just short left of the screen. We saw it yesterday. It was just eating up golf balls.
Well, gave Ricky Fowler a fit, didn't it? Left it in there.
Yeah, it's not pretty. But the wind today off the left and a little into, it would take a mighty blow to reach the green.
Well, the same breeze on day 1. Most players were 60, 70 yards short of the green. Gosh, it must be really blowing out there. That's Quite a ways short.
There's a wall left and right of this fairway, which when the wind is straight into you really does come into play. A lot of guys get stuck behind that and have to take a drop. Driver will take that out of play for Hovland, for all of them. It's not in their consciousness. Just thread it down the fairway. Very nice.
Yeah, that'll be a better angle than Yannick Paul's as well, to that left-hand flag.
From 96 yards, out of the straw stuff.
You play this left as well, by the way. I'm back stop to the left. I played just left with my shoulder.
Okay. Playing from quite a steep downslope.
Full left, that slope's going to stop it.
Yeah.
It'll roll right. Yeah, just coming down. I'll only land it just left of the trip.
Yeah.
Incy, were you surprised that he laid up with that second shot?
No, I just think that was a bad shot for Tommy Fleetwood. And he's looking to land this at least 15 to 20 yards on the green, but then it will release quite a bit. Just looked like that rolled up the face and just ended up going quite high. The wind's got that.
Oh, thankfully it looks like he's got a good lie here. And
Yeah,
he's
this is
going to
gonna
need
be
it on this angle, isn't he?
A fun one for us. It's not a good angle at all. There's a big mound just right at this green, and Schauffele needs to carry this pretty much all the way. The good news is it's wind into, so he should be able to stop this quick. A brave shot's required. But that is the only option.
Strike was good.
Oh, what a beauty from Xander Schauffele. That to get within one of Rory McIlroy's lead.
Nipped it beautifully. The sound was delightful, wasn't it? Just perfect strike.
Not.
Well, that is very weak. That is hugely disappointing for a guy who we think of as a very good chipper.
That was a lot of loft, though, back into the breeze with a ton of green to work with.
Absolutely. You could have played there with, really, you could have played there with anything. A pitching wedge, a 9, an 8 even. You know, get it running, less spin, keep the wind off it, because it has got up now, this wind.
Yeah, back-to-back poor shots for Tommy Fleetwood. And a bit of work to do, but it is a birdie chance. Up the hill, this is going to be slow.
Sir, you guys, just hold still. Thank you.
Just getting the spectators in the background to stop moving. And this will be moving off the right.
Tommy Fleetwood travel.
So online. But he's 4 under for 6 holes. We can forgive him for leaving one short.
Yeah, it will be disappointing though, even though it's back into the breeze. Par 5, would have expected a birdie standing on the tee.
Well, Garrett Higo would have had a good look at that one of Tommy Fleetwood and knows what this will do. Once again, uphill off the right. Difficult to get yourself to hit it. That's exactly what you need to do. Hit slow, these uphillers, into the breeze.
Well, he really needs this, doesn't he? Couple over par through 6 holes, behind the 8 ball already. Most players going in the opposite direction. That is not good.
No, and he's been shown really the line and the pace by Tommy Fleetwood. He'll be annoyed with himself over that. He won't show it. Calm disposition, but...
Well, this really was a touch of class for Xander Schauffele with that chip shot. Over the mound, had to control the spin on that landing spot. This is pretty much dead straight up the hill. You can see it potentially moving from both ways, which is why it cancels each other out. He's giving himself chances.
Is to get to 9 under par and move within 1 of Rory McIlroy's lead and a share of second. Just rolling the ball absolutely beautifully. Can he do it again here? That's 5 under par through 7 holes for Xander Schauffele, the defending champion. 1 off the lead.
Wow. This is something special.
As it stands, he'd be in the final group tomorrow.
Oh. Wow.
So these players started 6 strokes behind the lead. Schauffele, as it stands, would be in the final group tomorrow. Higo is equal last of the players that made the cut. That's how bunched it was. Could go either way very quickly. Second at 5, glove off for Paul. Oh! Just like that for the German.
Yes, please.
And he's 7 under, only 3 behind. He would have walked up to the 4th green 10 minutes ago, 40 feet from the hole, thinking, oh, 4 under, I'm 6 behind, I need to get a wriggle on. 10 minutes later, he's 3 behind.
Birdie eagle 2. How we love it. I mean, from the second it landed, it looked like it had a chance, didn't it? It was just searching.
Perfectly played, perfect trajectory. 1 bounce, check. Bottom of the cup.
It was worth the spectators' while to come out just to see that. Fabulous.
What a season the German is having. I didn't think it could get any better than what we had yesterday.
And it is. Because we were seriously spoiled on days 1 and 2. And this is just special. Hovland.
Really lacked authority, that putt, didn't it? Barely got to the hole from 5 feet. One under through 5 holes. He must feel like he's going backwards.
Yes.
Oh, things are changing rapidly here on day 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open. Xander Schauffele, 5 under through 7 holes. Tommy Fleetwood playing alongside him, 4 under through 7. They started 6 behind. They're in 2nd and 6th respectively. And Callum Hill, look at his start. The Scotsman, 4 under through 5 holes. It's a birdie fest.
And remember, Rory's not renowned for his wind play. He's won ahead, but he's never won in very windy conditions.
Tyrrell Hatton's going to be very tough to beat.
I'm with you. And he loves the challenge, he loves the wind, and he loves links golf, and he's playing well. He will be tough to beat, you're right.
4 Rolex Series victories for Tyrrell Hatton, and our first feature group makes their way to the par 3 17th. And this week there's double hole-in-one prizes on offer for the first player to score a hole-in-one here. An ace on the par 3 17th will win an electrified Genesis for the player and his caddy. Jordan Smith did it last year. His caddy Sam Matten, the recipient of a GV70 SUV. Great initiative from Genesis, but it's a tough hole.
Sure is. 197 yards today and straight back into the wind. And you're a bit sheltered back on that tee. It's quite hard to gauge the wind feel-wise. You've got that stand of trees behind the green. You've got the trees on the left. And you have a look. You know, very little breeze on the caddies' bibs or on their trouser legs. So you've just got to trust what you've been feeling on the previous couple of holes. Very easy to come up short here.
Yeah, it's 197 yards, playing at least 210 to 215, straight into the breeze, like you said, Tony. If you want a birdie chance, you need to go right of this flag. Not that right, though.
That's not too bad, just off the putting surface, and importantly, fairly level shot to the flag. You miss this left down the tee, very difficult two-putt.
Exactly, and it's going to be easy to do today. Any sort of draw spin on this ball into wind, it's going to exaggerate that a little bit more. It's going to turn over and catch that bowl on the left half of the green, making it a difficult uphill birdie putt. You just want to club up and swing it a bit smoother.
Well, I think that's a long follow-through compared to what we're going to see when he hits it. I don't think the follow-through is going to get past shoulder high here.
He's one of the best at keeping his trajectory low. Look at that control. Such a stable face.
You heard him say a bit clunky, mishit. Doesn't look too bad on your screen, but that's going to be awfully difficult to judge the pace. Make par at 17-18, you are doing very well.
Yeah, it's catching the players out. I mean, I'm just looking at this right half of the green. It's quite a big target. I mean, it's the size of some other greens that we'd be used to. Garrett Kigo, no more than a 5-iron in hand.
Struggle streak continues. Higo.
Yeah, it's not firing on all cylinders or even close. Is Garrick?
He's got to have done something right to have been 4 under through 36 holes, but
yeah.
Today going the opposite direction. Yannick Paul, he's going in the right direction. Birdie at 4, eagle at 5, and here he is at the short par 3 6th.
One of the most wonderful little par 3s you're ever going to see. Oh, but not from there. Down into the bunker, I believe, and it's deep. And sheer. The face is sheer. The revetted face.
I don't know what you think of this philosophy, but 2-3 years ago, when COVID first hit, Adam Scott came back to Australia. Had about 4 rounds of golf with him, and he generally only goes and plays with 7 or 8 clubs. If he doesn't have his coach there and he's not working on anything specific, he just takes 7 or 8 clubs out and plays, and likes to be in between clubs with his shots to learn how to hit different shots. And I think as good and as talented as these young players are, they're a bit too one-dimensional, and I'd love to see them get a bit more creative with the irons.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's a great plan. Go and play with a half a set. You've got to play a much bigger variety of shots. Hovland just squeezing one in there. Settle down, settle down.
That was well played. It's hard to get the distance right there, but I think it's much more beneficial doing that than standing there beating balls on a range.
I remember when my son was about 12, his buddies were all getting new sets of clubs, and he said, "Dad, can I get a new set of clubs?" I said, "Absolutely." So I went and got an old set of Mizuno blades out of the loft, and I had half of them cut down to his size and gave them to him. "Dad, what are these?" I said, "These are your new clubs. You're going to learn to play all the shots. You're going to learn to hit it with a blade iron." And at the time, I don't think he loved me for it, but he appreciates it now.
I hope one of them was a one iron, and you threw the ball on the ground and said, "Figure it out." Olesen. Over the flag, but
much worse places to be. Those will do.
Uphill putts from there. Here go, 17.
Yeah, just looking to pop this one out. Kicks down when you land in that front portion there. Just not his best.
No, it's a struggle so far. I mean, like I said, they've got to give him credit for his demeanour.
You see the steepness of the slope that Tommy's got to come up. Wow, that is going to be slow. You've got the right to left break at the hole. Not easy. Schauffele's will be fast. Long putt.
Tommy Fleetwood works very hard with his short game coach Graham Walker, and he gets them using different clubs on an uphill slope, using a 48.
Shot. Oh, it's just stuck on a bit. I mean, he could have putted that, but I think it shows the confidence he has with his chipping, Tommy Fleetwood. That was very well played. Just ran out an extra 6 feet, didn't it? Oh, at least 6 feet. It was never going to be easy. And see, this putt of Schauffele's could be rather swift, couldn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, this isn't that easy, guys. I mean, it's downhill to start off with, and there's a mini mound about 10 feet short of this flag, so it goes slightly up and then back down. But if you hit it offline, it could go left or right, so you need to be really accurate with this one. And the pace control, that's the challenge.
Speed pretty good. Line not so much. You see it from that angle, that's quite a wide. I did not expect him to be outside of Tommy's marker, that's for sure. Tommy won't mind, he's going to get a read. Let's go to Yannick Paul. Did manage to avoid the bunker, but you know what, he had absolutely no option there but to putt it. No green to work with. On a down slope, once he hit the green, he hasn't done too badly. This is just a little opportunity for Higo to get a bit of momentum. Pop this in for the par, and suddenly you see a little bit of daylight. Fortunately, it's got even darker. Olesen at 6. Oh, man, that was a good try. Great try. Oh, it is Tommy to go first. You know what? See, I thought it would be Schauffele. Is Tommy putting first to avoid having Schauffele stand where his ball is?
Yeah, pretty much, basically, and you can do that, of course. But a bit of work to do for Tommy Fleetwood. I really thought he'd get that a little bit closer, but I guess when you're chipping up to an elevated green, the ball typically does run out a little bit more. It lands on the putting surface in a bit more of a flatter angle.
Ouch. Just went pretty much dead straight, didn't it? I think when his chip ran out, it did turn a little right to left, and that would have been in his mind. That's a pity. Really all caused by the miscue off the tee. He didn't like it.
Well, Tony, I must admit, it's absolutely beautiful out here. It did rain early on, but it's just gone now. I'm looking up, blue skies, crowds being brilliant. What a way to start your weekend.
An utter pleasure. I know one thing for sure, he would have been paying close attention to Fleetwood's putt. Judging by Fleetwood's, it should be dead straight. But is it? Fractional, different angle. Yep, straight as a die.
He's putting well, Tony, isn't he?
Oh, looking so good, NC.
A pleasure to watch.
Hovland has been shown the line by Olesen. He knows exactly what this is going to do, which is very little. Didn't pay enough attention to the pace, did he? So a little tester there for par. Pretty much dead straight though. Big discussion. Who should we go and watch? Yannick Paul. This would be some par. He was in a wicked position right to the green there. Nope. If you miss it right at this delightful par 3, you are in trouble, wherever it is.
The 18th normally plays as a pretty tough hole. Typically straight into the breeze today, a little bit more off the left. Got to watch out for those fairway bunkers though. The ones on the left hand side are the ones you really want to avoid. The two on the right are carryable, so not as much into play.
Lost it on the wind. And wow, he's come up with a nice lie. Grass growing with him too, towards the green. That's a big help. You won't know that, but he's had a break.
Yeah, I'm just walking up right now. You really need to hit the short stuff here. Driver for Tommy Fleetwood as well. Typically likes to work the ball a little bit right to left, so on the 18th today that'll be playing into the breeze ahead, so it might land and stop a little bit quicker, not release as much.
Nice. Sails over those two right-hand pot bunkers. That is a pure drive.
And it's still playing pretty long. I know Garrick Higo's a pretty strong player, but it's pretty much into the breeze today. Players will definitely have a mid, if not a long line in for the next.
Beauty.
Difficult par 4 7th. Tough to find this fairway. It really cambers from left to right. Remember, he found the fairway bunker here yesterday, Hovland, right in the middle. Oh, that is just perfect.
Wow. 50 or 60 yards of run, that's miles.
The thing that I love about Hovland's swing, there's no steering at all. He goes after it, but it's very free-flowing.
Unbelievable.
Olafson's another one. Doesn't hold back too much, but I'd say, generally speaking, not quite as straight as Hovland.
Any ideas?
No, he does struggle at times with the big stick. Good iron player, though.
Really good.
Disappointing bogey at the par 3 6th for Paul. He's still just 4 back. He really rotates so well to the left on his follow through. You won't see him lose too many shots to the left, Yannick Paul. Apart from that one. Always the way, isn't it?
Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law.
Round 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open, the third of 5 Rolex Series events for 2023. Rory McIlroy will get his round underway in the next hour or so, but Xander Schauffele in our feature group coverage, the defending champion, 5 under through 8 holes. He's only 1 behind. Tommy Fleetwood playing alongside him, just dropped a shot at par 3 17th, but still going along really nicely. And Eric Cole, the rookie on the PGA Tour, having an excellent season. Just 3 behind. Scotty Scheffler, the world #1, getting his round underway. Nikolai Højgaard, it would be wonderful to see the Dane join his twin brother as back-to-back winners on the DP World Tour.
Padraig Harrington opened up with a bogey. Don't worry about him. He's as hard as nails. He'll fight back. Great to see him on a leaderboard. 53 years of age. Lovely to have Ryan Fox back over here playing again. We miss him. Now got his card on the PGA Tour, plying his trade over there. Well, going by that graphic, Schauffele really has got lucky. Unusual to see him that far offline, but it looks like it's where the crowd went. Where the crowd goes.
The good news is the grass is growing with him, and that's only going to help. If it was the other way, it would have made this shot a lot tougher. 205 yards to go. And the pin's in the back left corner. There is amples of room just right at this flag.
Yeah, that left flag. Wait, right?
You miss a short left, it will leave you with a very tricky up and down. You want to try and work this right to left a little bit, and from this sort of lie it should release, especially with a longer iron in hand. Should be the perfect 5 iron. Need to keep the flight down though.
Yeah, it looked like a good strike, didn't it?
Always more of a risk of a fly when grass is growing with you, but he's controlled it well. Will it stay? No, it's going to
stay.
Oh. Unlucky.
Well, he had a 25-foot uphill birdie putt. Now he's got his work cut out for an up and down. Links Golf.
Links Golf will test you. That was such a good shot, wasn't it? And momentarily, a great finish. Now it's awkward. Can I see another little Tommy Fleetwood squeezer here into the wind?
Well, from 191 yards for Tommy Fleetwood, the pin's located in a bit of a plateau. This should be the perfect flighted down 6-iron.
Good looking swing. Oh, Incy, that is a cracking shot.
What a shot that was. Take a bouncer.
Great bounce back after that drop shot on the previous hole. I really, really like his chances next week, Tommy Fleetwood.
I really, really like the fact that you like his chances, because I do too. I think he's ready.
The thing is, you look at these players and you go, that's a great shot, but that was an unbelievable shot. Now, Garrett Kigo, from 179 yards, it's the perfect 7-iron.
It looked like he was trying to save a big hook there, that one, but chicken winging on the follow through. Three over par going backwards. Garrett Kigo. Olsen at 7 has found the right rough, but we can see his ball. Tell you, Yannick Paul has already laid up from the thick grass on the left.
As I said, when the grass is growing with you, it tends to come out a little hotter, but he's done okay.
Hovland not messing around. Second shot. Cracking shot, Victor Hovland.
Does the hood of that hoodie not get hooked up in the wind? I'd have the scissors out round about now.
It has to be distracting in some capacity. I know, I think it was Justin Thomas last year had a hoodie on at one of the events and it was distracting him. Had to take it off. Well, this is a crucial moment for Yannick Paul. Birdie at 4, eagle at 5, dropped a shot at 6. Now he's got his work cut out here at 7, third shot. Don't want to be losing all that momentum he gained on 4 and 5. Exquisite.
What a shot. Great shot.
Perfect distance control.
Well, it's a good lie on a slight uphill slope. And I'm seeing two potential options here. You can look to carry this all the way because you're chipping back into the breeze. Otherwise, you can pitch this at the top of the steep bank to kill that initial bounce and try and trickle it over that way. But judging by his practice swings, it looks like he's going to open up the club face here and go the aerial route.
Well, I would think coming out of this first cut of rough, that's going to help him play that shot. I think if he was on the short grass, a little tighter turf, he may have to bump it into the bank.
That's a good lie, so he can do it.
Very square setup. Just so well played.
Yeah, a bit of work to do. This was definitely the safe play for Garrett Kigo. Amples of room just right at this flag. It's going to push the ball out to the right and then uphill off the right. So once again, another double breaker. He's definitely got his work cut out. It's just all feeling a little bit difficult today for Garrett Kigo. I mean, these are some of the best players in the world, but if we were playing and went a little bit long, it's a huge runoff area and it's goodbye to the golf ball. So important to get the pace right on this one as well.
good putt from Garrick Higo. It's not easy to get the pace right. Yeah, it's just got to be a little bit demoralising. Not just the way he's performing, but playing alongside two players going in the other direction. Tough 9 holes, really needs to pick up a few shots on the front 9. Long birdie putt at 7 for Olesen, where he started the day at 5 under par. 1 birdie, 1 bogey. And a fairly decent effort.
This was an unbelievable approach shot. Absolutely world class. Looking to follow. You won't see many birdies here on 18. Just 10-foot putt. In off the right. Boom.
Oh, beautifully done. Great bounce back from Tommy Fleetwood. Don't see too many birdies at 18. The hardest holes on the golf course, out in 31 strokes and just 2 behind.
Well, this was a classy shot. It really was. Bit of a miscue off the tee. Good try with the second. Left himself in an awkward spot and a wonderful touch. And this, the safe par for Xander Schauffele. There's nothing in this.
Well, that's a flawless 9 holes from the defending champion, out in 30 strokes, 5 birdies and 4 pars. And he is only 1 stroke off Rory McIlroy's lead. Hovland, excellent second shot at the difficult par 4 7th. This to get to 6 under. Beautifully done. Really well played hole. He's only 4 behind. Yannick Paul left off the tee in the long grass, hacked it out. Brilliant wedge to here. This would be a great save. And that's an important one, coming off a drop shot at the previous hole. Couple under par for the round.
Still playing,
6 under currently in a share of 18th, but only 4 off the lead. Olesen 5 under par, that's in 32nd. Very bunched leaderboard. That's a good 2-putt par for the Dane. Even on his round. Pretty good scoring conditions here in the morning of round 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open. Breeze just starting to pick up a little bit. Ben Arn, 61 the first day, 70 yesterday. He's just begun his 3rd round. Only a couple groups left to tee off. Rory McIlroy leading the way at 10 under par. But the big movers, Xander Schauffele and Tommy Fleetwood, playing together in our feature group coverage. 1 and 2 strokes behind respectively. Callum Hill, the Scotsman, just 3 behind. It would be great to see at least one Scotsman in contention tomorrow. Bob McIntyre going along really well.
Shane Lowry making a little move there too. 2 under after 4. Only 3 behind.
He tends to play okay on links courses, doesn't he?
He's not bad, is he?
I'll never forget his win at the Irish Open back in 2009 as an amateur. That was in treacherous conditions. So it was his Open Championship win in 2019. Kurt Kitayama, he's been runner-up here before. 1 under through 7 holes. And I know I'm waxing lyrical about Alexander Bjork, but his season has been phenomenal. No miscuts, only 1 finish outside the top 30 and 6 top 10s in his last 7 starts. Dan Bradbury, a winner in Joburg earlier this year.
And did it in style.
Beat, was it Sami Välimäki down the stretch there? I think was chasing him.
Yeah.
Boy, there's some good Finns now. There's another one there, Tapio Pulkkinen. Mikko Willinen, I think, was a 5-time winner out here. Kim Koivu, another Finn on tour. Minwoo Lee, rough start. Justin Thomas as well. But it's been great to see Justin Thomas over here with his best buddies Ricky Fowler and Jordan Spieth, really embracing everything about the UK culture and links golf. They love it.
Yeah, played a lot of good courses last week. They were at Wimbledon, just having a boys' tour and having fun.
Let's look overhead of the first hole, which will be the 10th hole of the day for our first feature group. Fairway bunkers you've got to avoid there. They're both in play today. It was downwind yesterday.
Yeah, it's a tough tee shot today, the first. You've got 2 fairway bunkers, but really you want to hug the left half. It just gives you a better angle into this pin. Hitting a little bit more into the breeze, it's going to help you stop that ball. The bunk on the right is 305 to reach. Now potentially blocked out with the next.
Maybe just far enough left NC to avoid the tree. Could be in his way, I suppose.
Hopefully. I mean, you're looking down one. You've only got 2 fairway bunkers and a big tree in your way. It's pretty tough to put this in the perfect spot.
Yeah, it's definitely a little hurt.
And Xander Schauffele with the iron in hand, going for a slightly different strategy here on 1. So looking to hug the right half. He'll have a longer second shot in.
Boy, I love his golf swing. It's technically about as good as it gets. It's perfectly on plane. Loads into the right side beautifully. Nothing hanging back or flippy about it.
It's a swing that's going to have longevity, isn't it?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely in for a treat today. Garrett Higo with the big dog. Looking to work this right to left. Start it on the left edge of the right bunker, work it back in.
Boy, that's a big tee shot from Higo. He's sneaky long, isn't he?
New 9, new start. That's how he's got to look at it.
It's been a tremendous opening 9 holes for the defending champion. 5 birdies, 4 pars, out in 30 strokes. And it all began right here at their opening hole, the par 5-10.
What a gorgeous little chip that was. Landing it just about inch perfect. Pops that in for a birdie.
This for back-to-back birdies to begin his campaign in round 3. Centre cut. Pars at 12 and 13, Tony. Tee at 14.
Oh, this is just gorgeous, isn't it? He's following it, he's tracking it. You can see why. Beautifully played. Another birdie there.
3 under through 5 holes. Tough par 4 15th, or tough for some. Not for Xander Schauffele, because that's a birdie, and 4 under through 6.
And then the 16th. An awkward little pitch here. Plays it beautifully. And he would roll that in for 3 in a row. And to get to 5 under, out in 30.
5 under through 7 holes. He would have been just as pleased with pars on 17 and 18 as well, certainly where he drove it off 18, and he's looking very, very sharp right now. He's played 25 major championships, Xander Schauffele. He's been in the top 10 on 11 of those occasions, almost 50% of the time. He's still the only player. His first major championship was the 2017 US Open at Erin Hills. He's the first player to shoot a bogey-free round on debut in a major championship.
Wow. I don't need a laptop when I've got you.
I just make it up as I go. He shot 6 over, I was saying. He actually shot 6 under. Boy, that is way right for Viktor Hovland. Goodness me. I didn't even know that existed over there.
I don't think those two guys over there even heard it or saw it, you know. That is in the tree line. That might be...
I would be hitting another one if I was
think so. Requiring a provisional.
Unusual. He's generally pretty accurate off the tee, Viktor Hovland.
And of the two, you'd say Olesen is the less accurate. Can he find the fairway? He doesn't look particularly enamored with it either. Don't know why. Goodness me. Take that all day long. If you miss the divot, you little devil.
He just, with the driver in hand, he just always looks slightly late on it. Olesen just looks like it gets stuck behind him a little bit compared to the irons.
Yeah, and then he either leaks it right or saves it with the hands, doesn't he? And it goes left. Occasionally.
Certainly went after that one, Yannick Paul.
Get lucky.
Never misses it left. As soon as I said that, 2 in a row.
Oh, well, it happens.
Well, it's pretty much impossible to go long of this green. You've got a steep back slope, 208 yards to this pin, and you don't want to land it in the front portion on line with the flag either. It's going to have a big kick forwards otherwise.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Big bounce over the back of the green.
Once again, got away with this lie in the rough. I feel like this group's done quite well with that. 160 yards.
Yeah, that's a big tee shot from here. Go 340 yards, but very important to hit the fairway, isn't it? At number 1, 4.13. It's still averaging over par, even if you do hit the fairway, but significantly easier coming from the short grass.
Yeah, with first group out, we had no stats for difficulty of holes, but at least 9 holes is done by half the field, so we can start having a little squiz at the difficulties.
Well, it's a decent angle here, to be honest, for Tommy Fleetwood. You do have that big tree in the way. You're just flirting with the left edge of it, especially with the breeze off the right. But if he was playing out the fairway, I think he would have been hitting a chippy 8-iron, but out of this lie, you've got to be watchful of that jumpy one. So I'd imagine just looking to play a 9-iron, and so it should have enough height on it to pretty much take that tree out of play, and it's a good look at this flag as well. From here, if it pitches in that front right portion of the green, it will camber right to left. So good chance to get this one close for Fleetwood.
It's a toughie. Half the field through. Only 2 birdies so far today. The first. Tough to get to that flag and see where the flag front left and that bunker short, putt bunker.
Yeah, I think he's looking to carry this most of the way up. That is blown. Wow, that was the jumpy one we were talking about.
Obviously, Schauffele and Fleetwood disappointed to miss the green here, but both have left themselves fairly straightforward chip shots.
Well, Garrett Higger with the best chance here from 115 yards. He can spin this one, pitch it all the way. Take short out of play.
Not bad, not bad.
I wondered why NC was struggling to agree with me. I had the wrong page of my yardage book. It's not front left. Oh my goodness. Oh my, it's waist high.
Oh. Well, we can see his ball, but trouble here at 8 for Victor Hovland.
My, that was a long way right off the tee, wasn't it? That was an absolute wide.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see him miss shots like that very often at all. That is a big wide.
Mm. You know, if you hit it that far offline, really you expect to be in jungle, don't you? On any course in the world, really.
This is a tough one to judge the distance, the approach here at 8. It's a fairly blind second shot coming from a little bit of an upslope back into the breeze. Not easy to get the trajectory correct. And that's pretty well done. Stay there. Nice shot.
Yeah, not the ideal place to be, but not a bad spot either. On a downhill slope, it's quite bare as well. Plenty of green to work with, so definitely seeing this more as a bump and run shot. And then after the halfway point, it will camber off the left. He's been pretty good around the greens.
If he's trying to bump around it, he's got quite a bit of loft. He might get it off the back foot and squeeze it. No, he's not fully decided.
Oh. Second for Yannick Paul at 8. Well, we didn't see his ball finish off the tee. He obviously got a good break for it to bounce down to here because it was up in that long grass. What a cracking golf shot from Yannick Paul. That is fantastic.
You can see why he's having a good spell, why he's having a good year.
He's hit some terrific approaches, hasn't he? The wedge on the previous hole, he holed it with a wedge on 5. Wouldn't Victor Hovland love to replicate that? Third shot.
Can he get control out of here? To that right-hand pin.
Big jumper. Well, this is where you just accept that your tee shot was in trouble, punished for it, make no worse than bogey and move on. Quite a severe downslope for Tommy Fleetwood here at number 1, Tony.
Yeah. This is where you do want to use a little loft because it's gonna come at it with such a flat trajectory. How about this? Beautifully played.
Fabulous technique.
Yep. He has such a variety of shots for a guy. Honestly, when he came out onto it, his chipping really was probably his weakness. and it's now a strength.
Can Garrick here go get his first birdie of the day? No, he can't.
I wonder what went wrong with his putting. Obviously something, because, you know, he had an orthodox putting grip, and he was one of these guys that when he stood over a putt, he looked like Tiger, you know, a reverse of Tiger. He just looked like he was made to swing the putter comfortably and hold putts.
Well, I think from memory he won in back-to-back weeks his first 2 wins on the DP World Tour back in 2020, and he just made it look automatic. And one of those weeks, I forget where it was. Was it Canary Islands? Maybe it was somewhere in Spain, and he shot about 25, 26 under, and boy, it was impressive.
Well, he's had a couple of these testers where he's had to try and save par, and up till now he's made them all. This is breaking off his right, but you could see what he was trying to do with that chip shot from a downhill slope. He had more loft in his hand, but back-footed to try to pinch it. That's what you see a lot of the Americans doing. It's a decent way to play it.
Incy, am I correct in saying that Rory McIlroy is in the group in front of Xander Schauffele?
I think so.
So his final group out, this group was the first group, I believe, off the 10th tee.
Yeah, I was wondering why there were so many people around.
Rory has just started with a birdie as well, so he's opened up a 2-shot lead. This man, Xander Schauffele, in equal second. This to remain there. Halts the momentum, doesn't it?
He's not really a guy that gets phased, though, is he? Oh, this is a tester for Hovland. Up the slope there, down the slope there, up the slope there, and sidewinder.
Oh, that's poor speed, poor line. It's just been a mess, this 8th hole for Victor Hovland. Fleetwood, bogey at 17, bounced straight back with a wonderful birdie at 18. This a par putt at 1. Little bit of right to left, Tony?
I think so. I have to be honest. I would be guessing.
Well, it certainly was.
You've got it sussed. You've got it sussed. I'm sticking with you.
I can read the greens. I just can't hit it where I'm aiming. Both Schauffele and Fleetwood 4 under par through 10 holes for the round. They're 8 under in a share of 4th. Olesen, birdie putt at 8.
He looked disappointed with the second. I thought it was a pretty good shot. Go on. Oh. Little late diver to the right.
.11th in the race to Dubai for Olesen. Really a very, very poor tee shot from Hovland. Didn't get it back to the fairway. Big jumper for his 3rd. Poor 4th shot. I think he'd be very, very pleased if he can roll this in, walk away with just the 1 drop shot.
For the bogey. Oh, this would be a showstopper if he wasn't to make this. Better right to left. Be positive. And he wasn't. Oh, that's an ugly double bogey.
3 over day 1. Couldn't do a thing right. He was on 59 watch for a while yesterday. And just even par today when everyone else is going low.
All that hard work of the first 7 holes given away in 1 hit. Ouch.
Oh, we look at the par 4 second. Everything is straight in front of you here at number 2, but it's a hard fairway to hit.
Yeah, it really is. You've got that fairway bunker on the left, which is 309 yards to reach, and then you've got rough right. tiny target. It's so important to hit the fairway here.
2 in a row left for Tommy Fleetwood.
Some thick stuff in there. Whoa. And lush.
Yeah, I was pretty close to that golf ball and I can see a lot of it, so
oh, good.
I think it might be okay. Garrett Higo, he's been blasting these. Just needs to find the middle instead. Definitely looking to work this right to left. Why is it always so confusing when they're left-handed?
I'm with you.
Oh.
Get a lie, get a lie. Okay, that's a decent break. Still time to turn this day around.
What a brilliant approach at 8 from Yannick Paul. He's hit several of them today to get to 7 under par.
You look at good players and they're always pretty responsive after dropping a shot. They're called bounce back birdies. Just narrowing his focus here. In the right half would be perfect.
Yeah, good swing there, wasn't it? Very committed. Little fade down the right half of the fairway. That is perfect.
Always a nice sign, isn't it, when they look away from it, go for the peg, you know. Beautiful drive.
The difficult par 3 ninth. Given the players' fits over the first couple of days, was second hardest hole or hardest hole on day one?
Hardest.
Hardest.
And it's no pushover today either. 195 yards. And an awkward pin to get at. My goodness.
That was a really good looking shot from Olesen. Yannick Paul's been really, really good with the irons so far. Love another good one here at 9.
Wind into and off the left. I just don't know how you get it close to this flag. There's a steep slope on the left side of the green. Flag is left. There's a ridge just short of the hole. It's a tester. Little draw from just right of the flag would be the ideal shot. He's tried to do that, but it's cut through the wind, hasn't it? Sliced through that wind. Not bad though. I'll tell you what, there are far worse places to be at 9.
Not a bad shot at all. His follow through then, I think his head was about 2 feet from the ground. I don't think I've seen anyone lean that much when it wasn't that far offline.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with your head being 2 feet from the ground. I've lived with it my whole life, so you can shush.
Hovland. What can he do for a bounce back double at the previous hole?
If anybody can shape this into the wind, he can. Ooh, I think that was the plan. Try and hit that little low draw in there, but he's overdone it. And that's not pleasant.
Just a momentarily struggle for Victor Hovland. Rory McIlroy birdie at 1, par at 2. He's opened up a 2-stroke lead over the 20-year-old Korean Tom Kim, who was 3rd here last year, but very bunched behind him.
Rory has something to prove, doesn't he, in the wind? And there's no doubt. He's never won in very windy conditions. And yeah, he would love to get it done and just get that monkey off his back.
I know he's been based in the US and played over there for a long time, but it's a bit strange when you grew up in conditions that you're playing in the wind all the time.
Yeah, I think the problem is he hits it so hard and he generates so much spin. But he has gone to a less spinny ball, particularly for his wedge play this season, so maybe that'll make the difference.
all of these players. You see there, 5 under par in a share of 31st. It's only going to take 2 or 3 birdies. All of a sudden, you're right there in contention inside the top 10. So all of these players with the opportunity to make a little move here on day 3.
Nice to see Sean Crocker going well. Winner earlier this year. Got the American flag, but born in Zimbabwe. We still claim him as one of
His
ours.
dad was a legend, wasn't he?
Absolutely. What a cricketer. Played Test cricket for Zimbabwe. Gary Crocs, as he's known as. Strong as an ox. If he told me to get lost, I wouldn't even ask which direction. I'm just out of there. A good friend.
Quite an interesting life for Tommy Fleetwood. The ball is sitting up at least 3/4 of an inch above the ground, so it's sitting on top of a fine layer of rough. So the last thing you want to do is hit down on this and strike it at the top of the club face. The ball will end up going quite high with no spin. So you might want to grip down this a little bit and hover it to ensure you get the best strike from 179 yards. When straight off the left, it's a tough pin to go at. It's on the left-hand side. You've got 2 greenside bunkers there and a few runoff areas too.
Incy, when we watched our first feature group play this hole about an hour and a half ago, you could see that all 3 players were aiming well right of that flag.
Yeah, I mean, it comes and goes. There's moments where you can go at certain pins, but there's other moments where you just need to play it into the fat portion of the green, and if you walk off with a 2-putt and a stress-free par, you've done very well. You'll gain shots against the field that way.
Just looking outside our commentary position here. Has that wind died off a little bit?
No, that's it. That's all you want. It's only 50 to 60 come up. Be nice and aggressive with it. Okay? Got a good number there.
That's Tommy Fleetwood's ball we're seeing a picture of. Looks like an egg in a plover's nest. He going to go first.
From 176 yards, it's a good angle, but still not really a flag to go for.
Short left there. There's a bunker down there.
Well, this is just a cracking drive after dropping a shot on the first hole. 167 yards to go for Schauffele. It's got to be a perfect 8-iron. Not really looking at this flag, just right of it, it's perfect.
Yeah, if you were going to use an example of a golf swing for a junior golfer to try and imitate, that would be it, wouldn't it? Smart play. Just down in a little hollow, but it's fine.
Yeah, agreed, Tony. I think not only just the golf swing, but also his attitude as well. I mean, I was watching him on day 1, but after a bad shot, he still reacts very well to them. He's an incredibly patient golfer, and I think that carries any golfer quite a long way.
I wouldn't want to play poker against him, Nancy.
Now back to Tommy Fleetwood from 179 yards. Talked about how that ball's sitting up a little bit. Got a good 3/4 of an inch of air below the ball. Grip down this one, strike it out the screws.
All about trying to get some control, and he knew that. And that's why he opted to leave it outright. Just too dangerous. That's clever playing.
Missed the tee, missed the green, excuse me, off the 9th tee, left Victor Hovland. This a difficult little chip for most, not for Hovland, and not compounding the area from the tee. Outward half of even par.
A distinct improvement in his chipping, you'd have to say. Maybe there's a little lesson to be learned there as well for him. Less loft, Just nudge it forward. Let the ground do its work.
He's got a great setup with the putter, doesn't he, Ollis? And it just looks so natural, so comfortable. 26th in putts per round on the DP World Tour. Certainly in the top echelon of players with the flat stick, out in even par as well.
Why do we call it the flat stick when it's the most upright club in the bag?
You're asking the wrong person.
I've always wondered that.
Paul, upright stick in hand.
Oh, good try. I think we should start a campaign. No more flat stick. The upright stick, the short stick, whichever. Well done. Good two-putt.
Yeah, good opening 9 holes, isn't it? A couple under par. Hoodie flapping around for Hovland, out in even par.
This isn't ideal for Garrick Higo, but it's a good lie. Thing is, he needs to pop this ball up in the air because it's not a very lengthy bunker shot. It's not as hard as it may seem. As soon as you pop it up, it'll trickle down.
Not bad. Maybe just carried it a little bit too far, but you couldn't get too cute. Pretty good.
Well, we've got 2 peas in the pod here. Nice and friendly. Tommy Fleetwood to go first. Probably see there's a bit of a false front in the front portion of this green, so it's going to be uphill. Overall breaking off the right, but that very last bit should flatten up.
Look at the crowds out there. Great support for the Genesis Scottish Open. Why wouldn't you? We've got some of the finest in the world out here. Whoa, 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 baby.
Not what he was looking for, but it's just not easy to gauge the pace. Time and time again, going up and over ridges.
Well, you probably saw there Xander Schauffele just stepped in to have a good look at what Tommy Fleetwood's putt has just done. So similar sort of line. It's going uphill, breaking off the right and just flattening up towards the end. And maybe that's where Fleetwood just misjudged that pace, since the majority of the putt is uphill. But like I said, just flattens up. Need to definitely take that into account. Xander Schauffele for birdie.
Go. Goodness me. That is... He knows it.
Dreadful.
Appalling, yeah. Par 5, 10th. Great opportunity to pick up at least one shot here. Olesen on the tee.
Has he lost another one right? The body language seemed to indicate it. It's quite a change, isn't it, Ewan? You know, these greens have been slowed down today because of potential winds. They're only 10 on the stimp meter, which they use to measure the pace. When you think the Americans generally are putting on greens of sort of 12 to 13. Slower greens, up that steep slope, bit of wind. It's quite an adaptation for the Americans, and I think it's a great thing that they come over to play at the Genesis Scottish Open the week before the Open, because it'll definitely be a huge help next week.
Oh, there's no question about it. And it's something that we spoke about yesterday, how the fact that this is now a PGA Tour event and everyone comes over here and plays the week prior to the Open, it gives them all an opportunity to adapt to links golf and understand what it's all about. Whereas before this was a PGA Tour sanctioned event, you might have had 2 or 3 Americans come over and the rest either played the week before it in America and gave themselves very little time to adapt, or a select few would come over and play a few different links courses prior to it. But it's certainly something that requires a lot of knowledge. Par putt for Schauffele. That is a key putt. Out in 30 strokes. He dropped a shot at the first. Did not want to drop another one there. Good work from the American.
I think he got thrown out by Tommy Fleetwood's first putt. You know, you've watched a guy who's got great touch, ride it past the hole. Is there something there I haven't seen? And then you lag it. Let's go to Paul on the par 5 10th. Uh-oh. Oof.
You never see Yannick Paul hit it left. As soon as I said that, he's got the lefts.
Touch out of your right, but a lot of help.
Ooh, that's a weird look at that. That is thick, long fescue down the left there. Almost certain he won't be able to have a go at the green.
Well, the last time this man had a driver in hand, he missed the fairway about 60 yards to the right at the 8th. Just calls for a little fade up here at 10. Should fit his eye perfectly.
He likes it. Sure, why wouldn't you? Wow. And chasing.
That's a big hit.
Monstrous.
Back at 2. Fleetwood for a par. That's to remain 4 under on the round. 8 under on the tournament, just 3 behind McIlroy. Well done, good 2-putt. In a share of 5th. My prediction at the start of the day was at least one of these players would be the final group tomorrow. That may not come to fruition, but you can guarantee they'll both be in with a shout tomorrow. This is how things currently stand on day 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open, the 3rd of 5 Rolex Series events on the DP World Tour in 2023, and a couple of Americans making moves there. Sam Burns, Brian Harmon. We haven't heard much about them all week, and there they are in a share of 2nd alongside Tom Kim. Harry Hall, the Englishman, good move as well today.
Bit of a disappointing start for Tyrrell Hatton. 1 over after 2 holes, but don't worry about him. He will grind it back.
Is Jimenez the oldest winner on the DP World Tour still? I think he was 50 or 51.
Yeah, yes. He kept breaking his own record.
That could all change tomorrow. Padraig Harrington just 4 strokes behind, the age of 53.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
He's playing alongside Nicolai Højgaard today, who's 22.
It's a wonderful sport, isn't it? Where a 53-year-old can compete against some of the 20-year-olds, Tom Kim.
If it was a 3-way playoff tomorrow between Tom Kim, Nicolai Højgaard and Padraig Harrington, Kim and Højgaard's combined age would be 11 years younger than Harrington.
It is amazing, isn't it? Experience counts, eh?
Absolutely. But he's
53. Wow.
Well, he's kept himself in, when you say great shape, he's obviously, he's not ripped, but he's still flexible.
Yep. And hits it miles still, which is a big bonus.
Driver in hand for Fleetwood at 3.
Yeah, look at you throwing out all the stats, Ewan.
Like I said to Tony, just say it with conviction and people will believe you.
Tommy Fleetwood with driver on 3. Got to be watchful of that bunk on the left, but I think it'll be quite tough to reach today.
Perfect tee shot. Yeah, it's playing very differently to day 1, isn't it? Where it was straight downwind and players were taking photos of that bunker on the left.
Rory blew it over the trees on the right. I mean, he carried it about 340. Big difference.
Yeah, those trees that you're talking about, I don't think are in play at all. Definitely needs to hug the left-hand side.
He's 15th on the PGA Tour in strokes gained off the tee, Garrick Higgo.
It's coming back together slowly, isn't it, for Garrick? Needs a good second 9.
Yes, that left bunker is 329 yards to reach, so it's a stretch, but a little bit into breeze.
Fading it down the right side. That is absolutely perfect and foreshortening the hole somewhat by cutting the corner. Of course, the Ryder Cup will be played in a couple of months in Rome, in Italy.
The Ryder Cup. 12 men, 1 team. Europe versus the United States. 6 qualifying places up for grabs. Plus 6 captain's picks. It's all to play for. The 2023 Ryder Cup. Who will join me?
This is how it will work with the team rankings at the moment. Top 3 from the European points list. Next 3 from the world points list, and 6 captains picks. That is the big change for this year. That's how things stand for the European points list. Rahm and McIlroy, they'll be there in Rome. Yannick Paul having a terrific 12 months, as we've mentioned. Will need to make his Ryder Cup debut. Hovland and Hatton, Fitzpatrick, those 3 players, they're guaranteed to be there off the world points list. This is how the American team looks at the moment. Scheffler, Clark, Koepka, Schauffele, Cantley, Homer. Boy, it's going to be a strong side. It's going to be a wonderful Ryder Cup, and of course, outside of the major championships, personally, I think it's the greatest event to watch in golf. And Tony, I know you've been a part of quite a few President's Cups. It's just a wonderful experience.
Oh, isn't it just? I mean, Luke Donald asks who will join me. I know we will be watching, that's for sure. Not working on it, but watch every single blow. What a sporting event that is.
Hovland played his first Ryder Cup back at Whistling Straits in 2021. He'll be there in Rome in September. This is second at the par 5 10th. He struggled a little bit on debut in the Ryder Cup, Victor Hovland, which was a little surprising, but I don't see that being the case second time around. That is awful where that's finished.
Well, a pretty good shot too. Wow, that's nasty. Yeah, I think it's very easy to struggle on your debut. You know, some guys come out and play brilliantly and become instant heroes. But, you know, I've talked a lot over the years to guys like Mark James, and the pressure is something, unless you've played in it, you know, even playing in a major, they say is not even close to Ryder Cup pressure. They reckon it is just mind-numbingly difficult.
Didn't Tommy Fleetwood pair well with Francesco Molinari in Paris? Went 5-0. Mollywood.
That was something, wasn't it? Brilliant.
People forget Europe dominated that Ryder Cup, but people forget the USA led 3-0 early on day 1.
Three classy tee shots here on 3, par 5. Definitely reachable today, although it is meant to be slightly into wind. The flag's not moving and the wind's just died down, so for Garrick Higgo, just shy of 270. Pin's tucked to on the right hand side, so anything left of this pin on the green is absolutely perfect. Just standard fairway metal.
Still a lot of fire in these greens. Pitching on a little downslope, and it's fed it miles from the hole. It was a better shot than the result, but how often do we say that with links golf? This is the third for Olesen at 10, and oh, it's a delight. It's a delight.
Oh! Well, it's Victor Hovland's turn next, because Yannick Paul and Olesen have both holed pitch shots for eagles already today. And after treading water for 9 holes, all of a sudden he's only 4 back. Fleetwood now.
It's about 155 yards to the front edge of this green, playing from a slight downslope as well. And it should kick on. This whole green does camber right to left.
Excellent shot from Fleetwood, and I can tell you that McIlroy has just made a birdie at this hole to extend his lead. He's at 12 under par, so Schauffele and Fleetwood will be looking to keep pace.
It's just really difficult to hit this close to the pin. I mean, being in that front right portion, there's a bunker just short as well, so you can't really go at it. But like I said, just left of this flag is perfect. With the long iron in hand.
Ball was well above his feet there as well, making it even tougher.
Big bounce.
Yeah, quite a sharp mound in front of him there too. You can't help subconsciously trying to help it up in the air to avoid that. You get a little back on the back foot, and it tends to go left, but he hasn't done badly.
No, that's a good leave. 4th shot for Yannick Paul at the par 5 10th, drove it in the left junk off the tee. Feed down, making a mess of a pretty simple hole. Yeah, really nothing happening on the front 9 for Olesen. All of a sudden, one good shot, holes a pitch for eagle. He's right there. 7 under and a share of 10th.
Worth another little look, isn't it? He's thinking, knock it stiff, let's get a birdie here. And from there, it's just homing in. Better than a birdie. Fantastic.
So much to learn from that camera angle and his technique. Belly button facing the target on the follow through. Great rotation. Interesting to see where Victor Hovland's ball has ended up here at 10, because it looked pretty awful the way it skirted over the back left there.
There's definitely a bit of hit and hope in this.
Hoisting it well up in the air.
Really good shot. I mean, that could have just come out dead and come back to his feet. Could have come out like a rocket over the other side. He won't be disappointed with that.
Back to the other par 5. The 3rd hole. 3 good tee shots. All 3 players with pretty good seconds as well. Outside chances of eagle, but you'd think they'd all pick up at least 1 stroke here.
.96 feet for Schauffele. Well, Incy Schauffele, man, judging pace from there is going to be something, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I'm just actually having a look at all 3 balls, and for Schauffele and Garrick Higo, they've got a long way to go. Might need to pull my Bushnell out, actually.
Easiest hole on the golf course this week, the par 5 3rd. 137 birdies.
Get quite a lot of his Fitbit steps in on this putt.
McIlroy at 12. Tom Kim's moved to 10. Harmon and Burns at 9. Both Fleetwood and Schauffele would be expecting to walk off this green at least 9 under par. What score will be in the final group tomorrow? Have you got to get it to 11 or 12, do you think?
You would think. I think it depends on the wind. It got up earlier. It got up to be quite strong. And just looking out of our commentary position window, it does seem to have died a little. What do you think? It's not much wind out there, is there, at the moment?
It has completely died out, Tony. It definitely picked up kind of early on in the day. It's just completely flat calm right now. We even look at the tops of the trees and it's just died out. Garrett Kigo up first. This is a lengthy eagle putt, just shy of 75 feet. This is going to be breaking off his right to start off with. And it should come back the other way. Watch this guy.
So long, these putts, and the undulations. The greens have these, it's almost like creases in the green. There's the big humps and hollows, but there's so many little crumples.
Yeah, and especially for Xander Schauffele right now, he's going to deal with 2 mini mounds, so breaking off the right and then back the other way. So tough to get yourself to hit it.
We left it well short on the previous hole. Paul made a mess of the par 5 10th. This for a par. Well, I didn't see this coming after the birdie at 4, eagle at 5. He was thriving. But the handbrake's been pulled up and going in the other direction. A couple of bogeys since. Long eagle putt for Fleetwood at 3. That was to move into a share of second. Excellent try, and that's a birdie. Moves to 9 under par, just 3 behind McIlroy. Currently in a share of third. What a round. What a player. It's been a wonderful last month. Lost a playoff at the Canadian Open to Nick Taylor, and then top 5 at the US Open Championship. Everything trending very nicely for the Open next week for Fleetwood.
Yeah, I think we were quite surprised with his even par 70 on day one in benign conditions. But you know what, if that turns out to be his worst round of the week, happy days.
And that's a point that we've touched upon as well the first couple of days, is these good players, these elite players, just have a knack of turning a poor round into even par or better, not shooting themselves in the foot and out of the tournament. Big putt here for Schauffele. That's a severe misjudgment, leaving it this far short, but this to move to 9 under par, join Fleetwood in third position. Absolutely robbed. Things came very easily, the front 9 for Schauffele, but it's just been a bit of a struggle the last 3 holes. Frustration for the American.
Victor Hovland, great pitch out of that long rough. for the birdie. No. Didn't really threaten. And Higo rolling his in. Nice. First birdie of the day for Garrick Higo. Just starting to turn things around, thankfully.
Well, once again, a bit of movement on the leaderboard here on day 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open. All players, their third round underway. McIlroy, a couple of birdies in his first 3 holes, has opened up a 2-stroke lead. Tommy Fleetwood in our feature group coverage. Big move today, 5 under through 12. He's in a share of third, playing alongside Xander Schauffele. Tyrrell Hatton, 4 Rolex Series victories. You expect him to be there tomorrow. Par 4 11th, Ollison on the tee, coming off that eagle at 10.
Another one leaked right. Just wondering, isn't he? Where's that one coming from? What do I do to sort it out? I've tried 3 things already.
It'll be a good mental test this side for Hovland. Things were coming pretty easily the first 7 holes, but has stalled since that double at 8. There's some good birdie opportunities this side. It's not going to be easy from the right rough there at 11.
You definitely have options off this tee. You can lay it back a little bit shorter, give yourself a fuller shot in, or get the driver down there. I believe Tommy Fleetwood's clubbing down to the fairway metal. The only thing you need to worry about then is that left bunker, 282 yards to carry. So maybe eyeing up the right half here, and if it runs out, should hug the left. It's downwind as well, so if it is a 3-wood in hand, it'll probably end up where the driver normally does.
Down the left side, will it hang on? That should be fine.
Tell you what, that was a really close call for Tommy Fleetwood, choosing a club where that bunker is perfectly in play. Garrick Higo, I prefer this with the driver in hand. Needs to work this left to right, which would be a draw. Also goes with the shape of the hole as well. It does camber a little bit left to right. Perfect.
Absolutely ideal. Well, obviously very important to hit the fairway here at number 4 because it's a genuine birdie opportunity if you're in the short grass, but...
Well, Xander Schauffele with the fairway metal once again. If you hit this 2 straight, the rough comes into play and that pot bunker. Need to shape this left to right if you can.
Come on, Tommy.
Into the long stuff.
Speaking of long stuff, that's where Ollison's playing from. Here at 11, second shot. Trying to release it up there. He's played it nicely. You're not too disappointed with a par here at 11.
Especially out of the rough. It was well played. Well worked out.
Well, it looks like a good lie here for Hovland. Coming out of the rough though, does he fly it all the way? Or does he try and release it? Going for the latter and doing it very, very well.
I like that. You know, often these days when people get into a fly lie, they go, oh, it's going to come out a club further, so I'll go down a club, and they hit it as hard as they can, and all they do is make it come out 2 clubs hotter. And the secret has always been, out of a potential fly lie, take a club more and hit it softly. You'll get way less of a flyer like that. Yannick Paul, oh dear. It's come out a bit swift. Ooh, hang on. It's done a U-turn. It's on the green, but that is going to be one tricky putt.
Well, the weather's forecast to be pretty ordinary this afternoon, but hopefully it holds off, because I'm sure these players would love to do a little bit of sightseeing. And it's a wonderful city to explore here in Edinburgh, North Berwick, about 35-40 minutes east of the city. It's an outdoors enthusiast paradise here. Population 5.5 million in Scotland. Edinburgh itself just over 500,000. So many wonderful sights to see. Of course, Edinburgh Castle, over 1,500 castles here. The cannon goes off at 1 p.m. every day except Sundays. Offshore islands, 600 square miles of freshwater locks, and of course, as we know, the home of golf. Now, I've been walking around town this week, Tony, and so many foreigners here on golf trips with their friends, and of course the wives going shopping while they're off at the golf course, and the pub culture here, the whiskey distilleries, the shopping, it's for everyone.
Yeah, I have friends come from all over the world a week before the Open. You know, the Open's a big goal, obviously, but yeah, the chance to come and watch the Genesis Scottish Open, play these wonderful links courses, and make a real lifetime adventure out of it.
If you love your sport, there's about a month-long stretch here in the UK where you are in heaven. The Ashes cricket, Wimbledon, Scottish Open, the Open Championship, Formula One was on at Silverstone.
Very hard to beat, isn't it?
It's incredible.
Well, this was a close shave, wasn't it? 159 yards to go. Just flirting with that pop bunk on the fairway, but in prime position now. Pins in that back left section. And as long as you make the carry about halfway up, it all kind of trickles down a little bit front to back. I just think 9-iron's a little bit too much down breeze, so it's got to be a wedge, I would have thought. Maybe just back footing it, keeping the flight down, but you can probably tell that Fleetwood's a little bit indecisive, probably in between clubs right now.
How much did he miss that bunker by, Incy?
Just like 3 paces.
Gotta be, because that's
I mean, it was pretty close.
We can't quite, or couldn't quite see the ball position, but it's got a wonderful angle now, but could have been hack-out territory.
No, it's sitting nice, just really in between clubs, I reckon, for Fleetwood, just trying to determine which way that wind direction is. From what I can feel, it's died down, but it should be down off the left. Like I said, just an easy 9-iron, if not a flighted down wedge would be perfect.
Just a little gust of wind, perhaps, just Ian Finnis just calling him back off it. Hang on a sec, Tommy.
I don't know about you guys in the box, but I always feel as though the best way to figure out which way the wind is to look at the highest point first. What's the cloud saying? And then look at the top of trees just to figure out the strength of it, and then throw the grass last.
Don't you carry a handkerchief in your pocket? Is that left?
Yeah, trying to squeeze the soft one in there and tugging it.
As is often the case, it goes a little bit long when you pull it. It might be too bad on a little bit of an upslope.
Xander Schauffele's got away with this big time. It's a good lie from 138 yards, a good angle in as well. It's just an easy gap wedge. And it will take one hop forwards when it lands, just coming out of this. But then it should be enough to grab.
Very well played from Xander Schauffele. Not easy to judge the distance, and he's done that very well.
Awkward putt here for Yannick Paul. Couple of little humps and hollows. A lot of break from right to left and quick from there. Judged it pretty well. You almost can't hit it far enough right there. The further you hit it right, the more it breaks left. He's done okay. If you're wondering why the players are wearing black ribbons, it's for Billy McColl, who played the European Tour for a number of years in the 80s. Scottish player, Wee Billy, we used to call him, little guy, who was a fabulous striker of the ball, passed away very unexpectedly on Monday. So rest in peace, Billy. We're all thinking about you.
Yeah, here, only 66 years of age as well. Slow putt here for Olesen. This one's very difficult to gauge the pace. Easy to leave this short, Tony.
Yeah, no doubt. Slow, and that's pretty good. I mean, 10 on the stimp meter is slow for these players, isn't it? Really is.
It is
hard to make yourself hit it up those hills, especially.
That one was about 5 or 6 going up the hill. Hovland double at 8, didn't birdie 10 the par 5. This for a birdie at 11.
He's got it lined up dead straight. And
well
it
read.
was beauty.
Well read. He's got an interest. His follow through on his putts is not too dissimilar to Henrik Stenson, where the putter almost goes to the right after the follow through rather than arcing around to the left.
Sebi did it. Ollie does it.
Correct.
Colin Montgomery always did it.
Correct.
You know, through the ball, and then the putter sort of goes away from them.
Par putt here for Yannick Paul. Not an easy one. It looks like it's got to move from right to left, but it's the same line as Hovland's. His was dead straight, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd be looking at right centre, right half.
Well done. 1 under par on the round for the German, but 2 over his last 5 holes.
It was a decent effort for Tommy Fleetwood. You could clearly tell that he was a little bit indecisive there with the second shot gone long. And I really thought he would have chipped this. It's quite a tasty shot, feels quite holdable, but with the flat stick in hand, or should I say upright club in hand, you can take a bit more bobble early on. Breaking off the right.
Okay, that'll do it. Did take a couple of bounces, didn't it? Just took that 18 inches of pace off it, perhaps, but good effort. 12th tee.
Almost aced it yesterday, Tony. Remember, it was dancing around the hole, but I don't expect too many players close here today. It's a very difficult flag at the front. Apart from Victor Hovland.
Wow.
But you had to land that into the French.
Oh. Yeah, really, you have to, you know, you put a towel down there. You've got to land it on that. Great shot.
A very good effort out of the rough. This is breaking off the left, back up the hill as well. It's got a decent amount of swing on this. There's a leaderboard on the side of this green. I've seen Schauffele take a good look at it too, so he knows where he stands.
Yeah, again, just struggling with the slower pace. And visibly just a little frustrated there. I wonder what speed they'll have the greens running at the Open Championship next week at Hoylake.
I guess a lot will be dependent on the breeze as well and the conditions.
Yeah, you just can't take the risk. You can't take the risk of speeding them up because, you know, you get a 30 or 40 mile an hour wind, suddenly you've got to call play and you have delays and it just gets messy. Good birdie chance here for Garrick Hager. Chance to make back-to-back birdies. Would be a good turnaround. Yeah, good lad. Well done.
Back to just one over par on the round. And if he can get it round, a couple more birdies, get it round in under par for the day, that would be a really, really commendable effort after his struggles early on. Just looking at the weather forecast for Liverpool next week, Tony, and Thursday through Sunday, it's got a cloud and 13 to 17 degrees every single day.
And
so very similar to here, really.
No wind forecast.
Doesn't say too windy.
Okay.
Well, there should be a formality. Well, not a gimme. It's a left centre putt for Schauffele. Well done. Last two times the Open Championship has been played at Royal Liverpool, it couldn't have been more different. 06 it was completely brown and baked out when Tiger won, and then it was wet, soft and lush when Rory won in 14.
Yeah. All depends, doesn't it, on what kind of a summer we're having.
Was it just across the road at Gullen in 2018? I remember watching that and it was completely brown and baked out as well.
That's right.
Good four for Fleetwood. Remains just 3 strokes behind our leader, Rory McIlroy. Another one left for Yannick Paul at the par 3 12th. That's way offline. Second shot. That's 40 yards offline with an 8-iron in hand.
It's a long way. Thankfully, he's followed it with a really good chip.
Well, we've seen this short par 4 fifth play completely differently over the first 3 days into the breeze day 1, which is how it is today. It was downwind yesterday.
Ooh, that little pot bunker there. Short left. It loves the taste of golf balls, just eats them up.
Ludwig Arberg almost made an ace here yesterday, drove it to a couple of feet.
You know, you're talking about Hoylake. We played a tournament there, I think it was 1980. It was the Merseyside Open. And in those days, we used to go to the course in buses and taxis, and I was on the bus with my buddy Dave Stratton, South African guy that we travelled with. The bus was rocking from side to side. We got to the course at 11 o'clock, and the day's play was cancelled. 40 mile an hour winds, gusting to 80. I mean, the first hole's a par 4. I think 9 guys had finished the first hole. There was 1 par and the next best was 6.
That's phenomenal. Well, of course, when any player drives the green here at the 5th hole, 100 trees will be planted in collaboration with 1 tree planted. But I'm not sure that will happen today, Tony, because back into the breeze. I think if you get it within 40 or 50 yards, it'll be a good job. But you can see Garrick's just got a hybrid in hand.
If you can't drive this green today, it's pretty much straight off the left, if anything hurting a touch. You're better off actually laying back a touch. Garrick Higo, with the hybrid it looks like, just gives you a little bit more club in for the next, because you need that bit of spin with where that pin's located today.
Yeah, I'm with you, Yancy. I think if you can't get it on the green, lay it back and have some control.
Yeah, that pin's just on that front left section. You've got a big false front as well, so if you're a bit too close, there's just so many humps and hollows to contend with. So Tommy Fleetwood looking to do similar sort of thing, perhaps hug the right half with a long iron in hand.
Pretty sociable, about 4 inches apart.
I mean, they couldn't do that if they tried. To be 4 inches away from each other.
Well, they used to say that when Ben Hogan played 36 holes in the Open, in the afternoon he was so consistent he would hit it into the morning's divot. But you know what, if he was that good, he would have aimed at 4 inches left of the divot. It's total nonsense.
That was Xander Schauffele hitting it around the 230 mark off the tee.
All in ideal position there. Back into a bit of a breeze. Good play for that front flag.
Par 3, 12th. This is the second for Olesen, and this is right around, where Victor Hovland's tee shot pitched. And you can see it can go one way or the other. It can come up short very easily.
Well,
Good
look
job.
how tiny that flat area is. That's a tough flag, isn't it? And a good putt from Olesen.
You mentioned the 1980 Merseyside Open. I remember speaking, I came through the Jack Newton Junior Golf Foundation in Australia, and I remember Jack Newton used to tell me stories about how in the early days of the European Tour, there'd be a bunch of Australians that came over and they travelled together and they basically pooled their money together. So any money that any player made,
Into the kitty.
It went into the kitty and they all split it. So you might win 4 events in a row and your mate might miss 4 cuts in a row.
You split it.
You split it.
Yeah, the money was small. I mean, that tournament in 1980, total purse, £15,000.
Different, completely different era. Hovland. That's birdie at 12. He birdied it yesterday. Back to 6 under par. Good bounce back after the double at 8.
By the way, that tournament, one of my enduring memories in the Pro-Am, Ewan. In the Pro-Am, I shot 92. My 8 handicap amateur shot 91. What a highlight of my career.
So you played to your handicap. Rory McIlroy leading the way here on day 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open at 12 under par. The third of 5 Rolex Series events on the season for the DP World Tour. A couple of Scotsmen there, Grant Forrest, Bob McIntyre, 7 under. Brian Fox going along nicely today. Shane Lowry, 64 yesterday. A couple under on his round. You know he's going to have a chance next week at Royal Liverpool. Ashan Wu got off to a poor start today. Nice bounce back from him. Luke List, the American, hits it a mile. Good start for him, 4 under through 8 holes. Harrington and Højgaard playing together today, 22 and 53 years old respectively. Rough start, 1 over par, and surprisingly, the world number 1 over par through 6 holes as well, Scotty Scheffler. Jordan. Tony's been playing some good golf lately, and he pre-qualified for the Open next week at his home club, Royal Liverpool. That'll be fun.
Well, this was a good call laying back off the tee. The further back you are, the more spin you can generate. If you're too close, it's just too difficult to get this pin. There's a nasty pot bunker just short of it too, but these guys are good enough to take that out of play. From 96 yards, just eyeing up a couple of yards right of this flag. There's a little ridge, it should kick it left a bit.
I'm afraid it is a little.
It's just stalled a little bit, this 9, Schauffele, hasn't he? Out in 30 strokes, and not that he's playing poorly, but it's not quite as sharp.
Tommy Fleetwood from 88 yards. Just about missed this divot that you could probably see. Won't affect the shot at all. Just a little bit sandy underfoot. Can you whiz it back?
Just average. And these players would be disappointed as well, because coming up, you've got a very difficult stretch to finish the round. Yannick Paul with an iron off 13. Oh, he's lost his swing, Yannick Paul.
Thankfully, there's that big slope on the right side of the fairway.
It's pretty much 2 peas in a pod. Garrick Higo also from 88 yards. Needs that spin.
Yeah, good shot. A good chance for 3 consecutive birdies to get it back to level for the round. Good fight back for the South African. He's kept a wonderful demeanour today for someone who was struggling his opening 9 holes. A lot to learn from that as Olesen hits his tee shot at 13.
Also with the iron, just playing for position. Just trying to find a flat area. It's a very slopey fairway, and it's hard to find a flat stance. I think the ball's going to be just below his feet there.
Panning back to the tee, Olesen and Paul taking iron here at 13. Hovland has the driver out. Remember, they've moved the tee up 50 yards, so it's playing 362 yards, only around 350 to the front. He thinks he can get somewhere near there. I know you'd be waiting, Tony.
They would have been out of my range 2 hours ago. I mean, this is a bold play. If it works, it'll be fabulous to watch.
Well, the wind is off the right. Remember, Tommy Fleetwood hit driver this morning, but he mishit it a little bit. He was about 50 yards short. Breeze has picked up a little bit since then. If he can just get it riding a little bit on that breeze, chase it up there.
And you know what? If you do lose it right, you can get away with it, but anywhere left is a disaster.
Posing. He likes it. Let's see how close this can get. Come on. Oh, come on. You could not have placed that any better, could you? Oh,
that's lovely though, isn't it? Look, got the whole green to work with. Flag up in the back left. That was worth the risk.
Definitely. He's left himself a pretty straightforward pitch from there, coming off back-to-back birdies. Well done from Victor Hovland.
Xander Schauffele will be a little bit disappointed with that pitch shot. From only 96 yards. Work to do for his birdie. Just subtly downhill, breaking off his left. Just gradually all the way.
I think this is an important putt, Incy. Out in 30 strokes, made the bogey at 1. He didn't birdie the par 5 third. He's got some tough holes coming up.
Definitely feels important, Ewan.
Break. Break.
Just one of those, it feels as though he hasn't really converted on those holes where he had the opportunities to.
No, and it's not been poor play, but certainly would have liked a couple more. These last few holes, 8 under par.
Well, he's dealt with the tough bits really well.
Yes, he has. He's currently in a share of 8th alongside the US Open champion Wyndham Clark.
He just wants a sniff, doesn't he, tomorrow? Get within striking distance. A lot of it dependent on what Rory McIlroy does, currently at 12 under.
Well, this is moving the other way for Tommy Fleetwood with that claw grip, breaking off his right gently.
This to move into a share of 2nd with Tom Kim.
This would be a terrific recovery. This for 3 birdies in a row, as you said, Ewan. And you're right, his demeanour has been fantastic. I mean, nothing was going right on that front line, was it? His driving was awry. Iron play wasn't good. Putting was very indifferent. And this to get back to even par. Go on.
Very, very well done and very commendable for Gary Kigo. He's actually only 4 strokes outside the top 10 now. 2nd for Yannick Paul. Can he finish with 2 hands on the club? He's not been as sharp as he'd like since the 6th hole. Solid.
Quite a hard left to right slope left of the flag, so you can afford to be very aggressive with this. And if you tug it a little, you're not going to get into any trouble. It'll come back to the hole.
Conservative generally doesn't come into the equation for Ollison. He's an aggressive player. Not great.
No. By his standards, he'd be annoyed with that. Really annoyed.
Our first feature group, Schauffele, Higo and Fleetwood have made their way to the terrific little par 3, the 6th hole. Plays a little bit downhill, 136 yards today. The flag in the middle, it's probably actually one of the trickier hole locations on the green.
It was only 124 yards to that front flag in round 1, and it was one of the hardest holes on the golf course.
Well, it's such a narrow neck there at the front of the green as well.
Tiny.
Of course, the DP World Tour excited to announce the launch of the Nearest the Pin this week, a new game for fans to be played both on-site and at home this year, bringing you closer to the action on the DP World Tour. Rules are simple. For each of the 5 game featured groups, select 1 golfer and the distance that you think they'll hit their tee shot from the pin on the 6th throughout the week. Earn 3 points for correctly predicting the golfer that hits it nearest the pin, and score a bonus point if you predict the right distance bracket. 20 points are up for grabs each day, right up until Sunday. Compete with family, friends and golf fans from all over the world.
Well, the par 3 6th is an absolutely stunner of a hole. I think it's brilliant. It's not particularly long, and the pin today is in a really tricky spot. You've got no bailout left or right, huge runoff areas and bunkers. You've got to be extremely precise with your tee shot. Just massaging a gap wedge perhaps for Higo.
Well, he got that to stop nicely behind the hole, because we've seen a couple of players already that hit it 15, 20 feet past, and it caught the slope and went further towards the back of the green.
Yeah, it really forces accuracy. You've got to be all over it. Tommy Fleetwood hits his gap wedge 125 yards. Pitching wedge goes 142. So once again, a little bit in between, but typically you're better off taking a little bit off it than trying to rip one. And the breeze is straight off the left.
My.
The only way someone like Tommy Fleetwood hits a shot like that is purely indecision.
Yeah, I think
Lack
you're
of
right.
commitment.
I think you're right. You know, you're sheltered by the clubhouse on the left. There are trees left of the green, struggling to feel the wind, but not too often you'll see Tommy Fleetwood hit an iron shot that starts that far off line. Very rare.
And really looking at all the troubles that surrounds this flag, there isn't a preference if you want to miss it left or right. Either way, you're going to have an elevated shot for the next outer bunker or a tight lie and be short-sighted. You just have to be accurate with this.
Accuracy is his middle name.
Pretty good. I'll be pleased with that. It's interesting that Incy said Tommy Fleetwood hits his wedge 142 yards. I'll get back to that in a sec. Hovland's second shot ball way above his feet. Oh my goodness.
Dear, oh dear. But he was aiming so far right of the hole. It's almost like he was aiming right at the hole and he tries to pull it back on line. And it was just a...
Look at that now.
It's just a flat out chunk.
Just going back to that point about Fleetwood, hits at 142 yards. How do you know you hit at 100? It changes, to me, it changes every single time. Every hole it could go a different distance. But I mean, you're playing uphill, downhill, different climates, different everything.
Yeah, I mean, these guys will work out their distances in ideal conditions. I always used to try and work out my distances when it was 25 degrees at sea level on a calm day. So you had a benchmark to work from, but you're right, it'll change every day. Oh, this is not easy either, especially when you've just duffed one.
That was a great camera angle.
And that was a half duff.
That showed you what Hovland was working on there, moving the body as he hits it towards the target. I don't know if that was the right play either. And I wouldn't say that the driver didn't pay off from the tee, because he was actually in a pretty good position. And this is a shame, because after that double at 8, he's just gone birdie, birdie.
But you know, we know... Oh, he's angry. His chipping has been his bugbear. And we've seen him hit some great chips this week and this morning. And, you know, we say, well, it's improving, it's improving. And then suddenly it's a horror story again.
Olesen, birdie putt. This was a fairly poor wedge to this point as well. Breaker from right to left.
Online.
Tracking. Oh! You know, Olesen really hasn't done much at all today, and if that had have dropped, he was inside the top 10.
I probably would have got fined for what I would have said there. Quickly to Fleetwood. A difficult bunker shot and fantastically played. Those bunkers are a horror story.
Well, it's just so difficult to judge the pace, the spin, when you're so far below the level of the surface, the putting surface, and exquisitely done.
I mean, this is quite hard to believe, isn't it? He's left with a brutal par putt. I mean, he's going to take 2 putts from here. He'll be happy. Walk off with a 5. You know, you're 20 yards short of the green with your drive. It's ugly.
We just had so much flat area up near the flag there and past it to the right of it.
Oh, that would have been the par. That would have been the par of the day.
And that goes in with the flag out.
Might have.
Would have. And hit dead centre.
I think his brain's slightly scrambled at the moment. Yeah. I mean,
I'm going down to get that ball when we're done here.
It'll be on eBay tomorrow, won't it?
It's as if Garrett Higgins just switched the on button. Had a slow start to start off with. But what a shot this was on 6. Uphill part, breaking off his right.
Very nearly 4 birdies in a row for Garrick Hirgo. Did you rock the flat bill, flat cap back in the day? Or did you like to have a little bit of curve to it?
No, they used to give them to me with a curve. I used to flatten them out. I'm a bit old school, you know. And my son used to get on my case. Dad, the peak of your cap is flat, it's straight, bend it, get away. I'm your father, I'll do what I like.
Yeah, slightly trickier putt to read. It's a little bit flatter from this side of the green. I'm pretty sure I got my left and rights mixed up with Higo's putt. I meant to say left to right.
Don't worry, NC, we're with you. We've been doing it all day.
I don't know why, the left and rights don't move, but as soon as you're a left-handed golfer, it just all seems to change. Now Xander Schauffele feels like he just needs this one.
Yeah, just to get something ticking over again. And again, lacking in pace. He's been doing that for the last 6 holes, really.
That was to make an 8-way tie for third at 9 under par. Schauffele and Fleetwood, they need a big finish to be in the final group like I boldly predicted early on, and it's going to be hard. 3 tough holes to finish. Yannick Paul, birdie putt at 13. Left to right. Oh, beautifully done for the German. Gets it to 6 under par, 2 under on the round.
Fleetwood, after that fine bunker shot. That really is a beautiful up and down. Can't tell you how tough that bunker shot was. Made it look simple.
Just the 1 drop shot today for Tommy Fleetwood at the difficult par 3 17th. 6 birdies, 5 under on the round. And this is how things currently stand. More movement on that leaderboard. Round 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open. Look at Eric Cole, the PGA Tour rookie. He's had multiple chances to win this season. 6 under for the round. Tom Kim, another birdie. He's just 1 behind Rory McIlroy. It's getting very, very bunched. Shane Lowry, 71-64, hold 1,000 feet of putts yesterday. Wyndham Clark just dropped a shot at 11. He was 8 under par. McIntyre, Lingmerth, Fox, Dietrich, Hatton going backwards. I'm a little surprised by that. Plenty of time to make up for it.
And I'm pretty sure he will. There's no harder trier than Tyrrell Hatton.
Yannick Paul in our feature group coverage today hasn't had his best stuff, but grinding it out. 2 under for the round. Davis Riley shot 63 on day 1. I've been treading water since. Dale Whitner, popular winner at the Scandinavian Mixed a few weeks ago. Jordan Smith, what a ball striker he is.
We had a lot of fun yesterday watching Ricky Fowler, didn't we? So nice to see so many of the Americans over here playing.
And no one embraces it. Links golf better than Ricky Fowler, of course, a winner back in 2015 across the road at Gullen. Yannick Paul, Par 3, 14th. He's got the lefts today.
Yeah, I think that little stone wall just right and beyond the flag is definitely going to be in their consciousness.
It's really been ideal scoring conditions here on day 3. Of course, the DP World Tour moved tee times up today with the forecast for inclement weather this afternoon. I'm sure these players are all very grateful for that. Have an opportunity to do some sightseeing this afternoon.
Good shot from Olesen. I think the majority of players there today will come up a little shy of that flag, understandably.
We've got a tough holes coming up. You've got 7, 8, 9. This is a long par 4, slightly down breeze off his right. Looking to work this left-right. The draw will be perfect here. Just needs to be watchful of that bunker in the middle of the fairway. It's small, but it does gather. That's gone a mile.
182 mile an hour ball speed. That's Rory McIlroy territory.
I mean, that second bunker is 334 yards to reach. I guess slightly down breeze, it is definitely reachable, but still requires a big hit. Tommy Fleetwood with the driver as well, teeing it up on the right-hand side.
Very high tee.
Trying to launch this one, ride the wind right to left. Should be able to carry that bunker.
Yeah, that's perfect. Carried at 292 yards.
With this wind.
Well, it's 302 yards to carry that bunker. Tee's been moved up just the hair as well, so with down breeze off the right, if you get it launching up in the air, should be able to make that carry and almost take it out of play, but you need to strike it out the middle. A slight miss hit and you're in trouble.
Launching it slightly lower than Fleetwood's. Didn't see that finish. There is a bunker there. Being told that has found the bunker. Did you used to tee your Persimmon driver up that high?
If I teed my Persimmon driver up that high, I would have gone underneath the ball by 2 inches. Hovland. Will he be aggressive? He tends to be.
No, he needs to be after that drop shot on the previous hole, but not a bad play, just coming up a little shy.
It's funny with the Persimmon how low we used to tee it because the Bellata ball was so spinny. It used to climb and we used to tee it down at ground level.
But it's a completely different technique, isn't it? You used to sweep it, now you hit up on it. Rory McIlroy's made another birdie at the difficult par 4 7th. 13 under with a 2-shot lead here on day 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open, the 3rd Rolex Series event of the year on the DP World Tour. Shane Lowry, JT Poston going along very nicely. Fleetwood and Shoffley in our feature group coverage. They were 4 and 5 under par respectively through 9 holes. Max Homa going along very nicely, as to McIntyre, another birdie inside the top 10. Love to see him right there in contention tomorrow. What are you doing this afternoon, Tony? We'll have plenty of time on our hands. Are you maybe go to Edinburgh Castle or go hike Ben Nevis or something?
No, there's a lovely little nature reserve in Aberlady where we stay. And they've got wonderful bird life, magnificent butterfly life, wildflowers. That's my game.
What are a couple of birds native to this area? What should we be keeping an eye on?
Well, you know, we've seen photos of Fidra Island, which has got the largest northern gannet colony in the world. And they have puffins. Jamie Spence and I actually went out to Bass Island last year to see the puffins. It was lovely. Big storm in the background there, by the way, on the left side of the screen, as Yannick Paul sizes up this birdie putt.
You are an encyclopedia when it comes to wildlife, Mr. Johnstone. I knew you'd have an answer. Puffins, are they native to Iceland, or are they prominent in Iceland?
Yeah, you get them in Iceland. I mean, you get them up a lot on the
Shetland Islands,
Shetland Islands, northern Scotland, and it's a great place to see them, just off the coast here.
Hovland. No interest in Puffins at the moment, coming off the bogey at 13. Long birdie putt here at 14. Have you been to Norway?
No.
It's actually,
I haven't.
I would love to. I've only ever flown into Oslo, but it's phenomenal how many good players are coming from Norway, where you would think you can only play golf for less than half a year.
I know. All of the Scandinavian countries. Oh dear.
Yeah, unfortunately, Xander Schauffele's found that pot bunker in the middle of the fairway, just looking to put this back onto the short stuff. You can't advance it too much just because of how steep that revetted face is.
That's a pity. You know, you could aim at that bunker 10 times in a row and not hit it in there. Olesen is to get to 8 under par, which is in a share of 10th.
Now what's going through his mind? Yannick Paul left his putt short. Well short. Hovland smashed it by on a similar line. Yeah, not a surprise. After seeing the Norwegians putt sail on past.
Higo hugging the left side, just avoiding that fairway bunker. Perfect tee shot from Tommy Fleetwood, but only 3 birdies on this hole today. It's a tough one, Incy.
It really is. And once again, Tommy Fleetwood's in between clubs. It feels like it's been like that for him all day today. 169 yards to go. And his 8 iron goes 173, but his 9 iron's 161. It's slightly down breeze off the right, but it's one of those, it just depends on the type of shot that you fancy. If you want to back foot it, draw it, it's a 9 iron. If you want to take a bit off it and maybe hold it against the breeze, and it's the 8. You can tell, once again, he's unsure what he wants to do. I'm unsure if I should take another bite of my banana or not.
Go on, do it.
Yep, in between clubs. For me, with everything cambering right to left, just shy of this green, I prefer that punchy, drawy 9 iron.
Absolutely cracking shot from Tommy Fleetwood. You know, he hit a beautiful hold-off shot at 18, his 9th hole of the day. He's hit another terrific shot in there. That's not an easy flag to get near.
Oh, thank you, God, for making me a left-hander.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're a right-handed golfer, you would have had no chance with this shot. You've got to sometimes have a bit of luck. 161 yards from a launch pad of a lie. It's an easy 9 iron, if not the wedge. I think he's going for the wedge. I'm going to muller this. Nope, he's eased out of it.
Oh, superb shot from Gary Higo. Different golfer this 9, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? A split personality.
You've got to love the fight, though, don't you?
Love it.
Par putt for Hovland, coming off a bogey at the previous hole. Look at the weather in the background there. Just hold off for another 2.5 hours, please. Good putt from Victor.
those wear you down, don't they? Those return 5 and 6 footers.
This is third shot for Xander Schauffele from 143 yards. Found that pot bunker. Pin that front right portion of the green. You need to fly it all the way. Throw darts at it.
Holding it off, and he likes it. Yeah, as well he should. Good shot. Well, Schauffele and Garrick Higo would have had a great 4-ball score today, wouldn't they?
Wouldn't they just? Yeah, Schauffele, I mean, just came out the block so hot, didn't he? 5 under after 7 holes, and then he's followed that with, what, 7 pars and 1 bogey. Just, it hasn't been bad, but the birdie run came to an abrupt halt.
It's certainly been a rock-solid defence as we take a look overhead at the difficult par 4 15th, 488 yards. It's kind of elongated angle, this fairway. It's not easy to hit. And certainly one of the harder holes on the golf course. We saw Rory McIlroy in the Wednesday Pro-Am use a persimmon driver. Our colleague John Morgan used his persimmon driver, the Joe Powell up here. Carried it all of 255 yards. 168 mile/hour ball speed. Yannick Paul, you know his ball speed will be higher than that. He's just been a little askew with this club today.
Wind down and off the right. Oh, headed to the thick stuff.
He has had the lefts today. Nearly every single shot. All since I said he never hits it left.
It's all your fault. I'm blaming you.
Boy, he's in good shape, Olesen, isn't he? He is ripped. Yeah, all lie dependent.
It was a good effort with the second shot. A downhiller coming up though for birdie for Garrick Higo, sliding up his left side. He's kind of hung on today. It's definitely a slow start, but finding some sort of rhythm.
Unlucky for Higo. Boy, I'd love to see him get it around in under par today. Currently level for the round. 3 over through 9 holes.
It is definitely warmed up out here. I'm currently wearing way too many layers right now. It's one of those things, as soon as you take your waterproofs off, it's going to absolutely start chucking it down. Instead, I'm just going to sit and sweat it out.
Sweating in Scotland is not a phrase you hear too often.
No. It's got a ring to it, though. Sweating in Scotland. Uphill putt for Xander Schauffele. Just a hair off his left. Just feels like he needs to make this. This is obviously for par.
Yeah, I think you're right, Yancy. I think this would be big in the greater picture, wouldn't it? It would be a fine 4. Hold a load of these in the first 7 holes. And he's held a few good par savers from this range too. No, it's just faded a bit. This 9.
Olesen and Paul both finding the long rough left of 15. What can Hovland do?
There's a nest of 4 bunkers down the right. And if you carry those, there's another one further up, but he's managed to get in between them all. That's okay.
Back to 7 and a big chance for Tommy Fleetwood here to get to double figures and inside the top 4.
Yeah, this is downhill as well, so I definitely would have preferred Xander Schauffele's over Tommy Fleetwood's, but he has been rolling the ball beautifully. So downhill trickler breaking off his right.
Yeah, well done, Tommy Fleetwood. 6 under par on his round. And he birdies one of the most difficult holes on the golf course, number 7. He's only 3 back of Rory McIlroy. We watched him on Thursday in our feature group coverage and was over par most of the round, scrapping it round, didn't find many fairways. And here he is here, look at that, just 3 strokes off the lead in a share of 4th. Rory McIlroy leading the way here at the Genesis Scottish Open in round 3. Brilliant round from Eric Cole, Tom Kim, the 20-year-old, 3rd here last year.
Tyrrell Hatton still waiting to ignite his round. Move a little closer to the leaders.
Marcel Schneider, the German, played well in Singapore earlier this year, even par through 11 holes. Didn't expect to see the world number 1 Scotty Scheffler over par through 9 holes. He's alongside Padraig Harrington. Minwoo Lee was 1 over par early on today. Good fight back, couple under through 12.
Awkward flag here on 15. 24 on 6 off the right. But there's a host of little slopes all around the flag. Smart play.
Yeah, good shot. Victor Hovland's, you mentioned Jordan Spieth's index finger yesterday. Victor Hovland's kind of in that same bracket as well. It looks like it's about 5 feet long, that index finger.
I can never take my eyes off Jordan Spieth's left forefinger. Just sort of floats free of the grip of the club. It's different. Left of the flag, middle of the green is not a bad play here.
He's gone the other way, it looks like. Tony came out of it.
It's come out totally and utterly dead.
We saw Victor Hovland have a nightmare here earlier at the 8th, sent it off into those tall trees on the right-hand side. It's an awkward tee shot. It plays quite significantly uphill. The 3 fairway bunkers that you've got to avoid. Tyrrell Hatton was aggressive yesterday with the driver, but most players will take 3-wood coming up short of those bunkers, and it's not easy from there either, Tony.
Second hardest hole on the course today so far. It's always a tough test. 7, 8 and 9. Man, it's a brutal stretch of holes.
Yeah, it's just a tough driving hole, to be honest. Most players looking to hug the left-hand side. It does camber left to right, but then the rough can get quite thick, and then it's a long second shot in, so it's pretty tough that way. Fairway metal for Tommy Fleetwood.
To the base of that slope, and you know what, if it feeds back a little it's a good thing. If it doesn't go in a divot, flatter lie.
This is interesting. Driver in hand for Garrick Higo. You've got 3 fairway bunkers. The first one to reach is 285, but he's looking to blast this down the left. So spectators, if you're listening, watch out. Scared them for no reason.
Fabulous drive.
Yeah, that was a really good drive from Higo. Quite gutsy as well going for that. Definitely puts more trouble into play, which is why these two guys are going with the fairway metal. Just laying back a little bit makes that fairway feel a bit wider.
Going a bit left needs a big kick. No, too far left. Oh, he's got a lie there, I think. That's a good break. Yannick Paul in some slightly, well, some very juicy stuff. Had to gouge it out.
Yannick Paul will be heading to the range, no doubt, after he has some lunch. Usually a wonderful ball striker. It's just been quite as sharp today for the German. As always, great crowds out here at the Genesis Scottish Open. And one of the great things that I really enjoy seeing about the galleries these days is it's really bringing in a very diverse demographic as well. You see young people, older people, men, women. Great to see. Third shot for Ollison at 15. Pretty well done.
Wow. Went the aerial route with a massive swing. I thought he might be trying to dump and run that, but he's played it very well.
Yannick Paul from the very back left side of the green here at 15. Difficult one to gauge the pace. Well down. Bit of a grind at the moment for the German. The Firth of Forth. It's calm out there at the moment. We do not expect it to be that way later today and tomorrow. McIlroy 13 under, 2 strokes ahead of Cole and Tom Kim. Victor Hovland, birdie putt this to get to 2 under par for the round. Ollison and Paul, his playing partners, both 2 under par for the round. Go. Yeah, well done, Victor Hovland. The last 90 minutes of his round has just been filled with utter frustration, but he's grinding it out beautifully.
Variety of tee shots here at 8. Quite like where Fleetwood is. He's on a flat lie before the big upslope. I know it's a tighter angle to that right flag, but it's a tough flag to get at from any angle. Trouble is, if you go safe left of this flag, wickedly fast putt down the slope, just short of it. A little bit of planning required.
A lot of discussion between Xander and his caddy Austin Kaiser. Ball well below his feet. Wispy grass. Contrary to what you think with ball below your feet. Certainly with some longer grass. Easy to pull this one and overcompensate. Watch how stable his lower half stays here. Right heel stayed down a long time. Great balance. Played for the jumper and it didn't jump.
A bit more of a blind second shot for Tommy Fleetwood. The closer up you get to those fairway bunkers, the less you can see. It's got 165 yards left of this flag, and it's a cheeky one. Anything right, there's a big runoff area. You've got a few put bunkers as well. The safety's just left of this pin. And it's just a little bit into breeze, if anything. I mean, it's really died down, but with a southerly wind direction, it's into off the left. Playing a few yards uphill as well, so make it a 170 shot. It's perfect 8-iron.
He's hit some beautiful iron shots today, even by his lofty standards. Where's that?
Just below the little ridge there. A little bit short left, but it's okay.
.160 yards for Garrick Higo, and just left of this flag there's a bit of a mini mound, so if you're about 4 yards left of it, it might even kick right, but if you're too far left, it's going to kick left. Looking to draw this one.
Good flag for Higo. Posing. Floating up in the wind as well.
Just a tough hole, end of story. Olesen missing his par putt.
Well, just out of position really off the tee. Two-shot swing between him and Hovland. They're both on 6 under par for the tournament, which is where Yannick Paul, the third member of this group, stands.
And this to stay with them both. Par putt.
What's your favourite Scottish Open venue, Tony? Played a lot and seen a lot.
You know, I never did play here, but if it had been here, I would have had to say this might have been it. I just love this golf course. I've played some great ones over the years. I used to play at Glen Eagles quite a lot. The King's Course of Glen Eagles. Oh, very nicely holed.
Rattled that one in, didn't he? Straight in the back of the cup. All three players walk off this green at 6 under par for the tournament.
Gullen, just down the road, also fantastic.
All three players in this group see work to do for 2 putts.
Yeah, absolutely, especially Xander Schauffele. This is quite a tricky one to read. It's all uphill from one tier to another. It's going to break off his right. And then right towards the end, it almost works away from you, so it can get quite quick. always feel whenever it runs away from you beyond the hole, it's very easy to leave it short and difficult to get it up there. But when you've got such a lengthy putt, you need to hit it.
Yeah, you're concerned about hitting it too hard and running away from you. Overcompensate.
But these guys are good.
Yeah, they play all right, don't they? The Sanders Shoffley guy's got a big future. You got to think he's going to win a major championship sooner or later. Knocked on the door so many times.
Can he get one to the hole? Still not quite. But from where he was, that's a decent effort. Hovland going to absolutely cane this one on the par 5 16th. But has he controlled the direction? That's fine. That's fine.
It's a very similar sort of putt for Garrick Higo. Would have had a good look at Xander Schauffele's putt there. Up and over the ridge and just trying to work off his right towards the end. Xander's ball marker, in fact, bang on his line. So moving it one to the left. It's a really tough pin. You can imagine people going at this flag. If you go slightly long or right, it's a goner. Everything kicks away from you.
He's certainly taking his time in reading this one, isn't he?
Yeah, like I said, he had a good look at it, at what Xander Schauffele's putt's done. So he should have a reasonably good idea of what this is going to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And the longer he takes, you can only think it's just pure indecision.
You'd think, having seen Xander's, he would know everything he needs to know about it.
It's tracking.
Go.
Oh.
Nice effort.
Go cleaning that one up. Even par with one remaining for the day. Yannick Paul, 2 under on the round. Par 5 16th.
I'd have to think that dip puts a bit of strain on the lower back. And it looked like it nestled down, unfortunately.
Well, I mentioned there was a bit of a mini mound left of this pin, so for Tommy Fleetwood, this is moving off his left.
This to move into a share of second, but woefully short.
Don't you talk about my height. Oh, sorry, you're talking about Tommy's putt. Sorry.
No. I was talking about you. I remember one of the first tournaments that I ever watched as a kid, 1992 US Masters, which Craig Parry led, the Australian, going into the final round. But round 3, he played with Ian Woosnam.
Yeah.
Paz was easily the tallest.
Yes, that's saying something. Woozy, man, he was strong, wasn't he?
Has there been, well, I was going to say, has there been a better long iron player? I mean, of course, Sandy Lyle was brilliant, but Woozy was so good, wasn't he?
Just so good. And long, you know, for a guy that was short of stature, he was so powerful.
Fleetwood, par putt to remain 10 under in a share of 4th. Well done.
I think he's ready. I think he's ready for an Open Championship win.
I agree. I really do. I think he's got a huge chance next week. Top 5 at the US Open Championship. He went so close back in 2018 at Shinnecock Hills. Shot that 63 in the final round. Came up one shy of Koepka. But it would just make sense next week, wouldn't it? I mean, ultimately it would be Birkdale, where he grew up. But Royal Liverpool not far from there. It would be a popular win. Schauffele for par. This would be one of the more disappointing 3 under par rounds for Schauffele.
Yeah, you're spot on. Spot on. He's out the blocks so fast, looking so good. Couldn't put a foot wrong. Opened up birdie, birdie, par, par, then a hat-trick of birdies, and then nothing since.
Yannick Paul's become very familiar with this long grass today. Gouging it out with just a wedge.
We shall see where that finished. Looked to have a horrible lie. 9th hole, 195 yards today. 4th hardest hole on the course. All the pins up in the back third of the green. 27 yards from the front today, just 4 off the left. And you've got that little shoulder feeding into the green on the left side of the green, and the wind a little bit into and off the left. Wow, Nancy, how do you get it close to this pin?
Yeah, it's pretty tricky, I would say. I'm just on the left-hand side of the green, and a pin-high left miss is actually absolutely fine. The trouble is, if you're short and left, it can leave you with a really awkward one because you've got a bit of a mound in your way as well. So it can leave you with a bit of a fiddler. 195 yards to go.
How's the wind doing out there, Nancy? Still blowing a bit?
Yeah, I mean, right now it's flat calm. I'm looking up at the clouds and they're definitely moving quite slowly. It's just died down quite a lot. Earlier this morning it was about maybe 15 miles an hour, gusts of 25, but it's really calm right now. It just feels as though it's a good opportunity to hit one more good shot, give yourself a chance for birdie. Perfect shots, draw with a 6-iron.
He likes it, Incy.
All over it.
Well, he should. What a cracking shot from Tommy Fleetwood.
So that's how you get it close. Great shot.
How good's his iron play been?
Brilliant.
Well, as a left-handed golfer, it's important to move this right to left, which is a fade, of course. And when you're doing that with the wind into off the left, you're actually playing it against the breeze a bit, so it's going to hold up in the air. So instead, clubbing up a touch. Just an easy massage 5-iron for Garrick Higgo.
Solid. It's made to look average by Fleetwood's result, but that's a good shot.
Yeah, that'll be a very popular place on 9 today, right there.
Yeah, it was a really good shot. You hit this into the heart of the green and it leaves you with a nice putt for the next. Awesome atmosphere with Rory's group in front. It's near the tented village as well. Xander Schauffele, 195 yards to go to this left flag.
That was all over it. A little bit short, but not a bad result. Oh, once again, Tony Johnstone, we've been treated to some wonderful golf today from our featured group. This man in particular, Tommy Fleetwood, 6 under par for the round as he plays his final hole. And This is exactly how he's done it. Starting off on 10, eagle putt.
Yeah, not being too cute, just nudging it up hole side, tapping birdie. Lovely start.
The second hole of the day, number 11. Pours an 8-footer in the middle. 2 under through 2 holes.
14, long putt. You'd think, take 2 putts and get out of here.
Wasn't that the one that was 7 feet on our graphic?
Just rams it into the back of the hole.
3 under through 5 holes, and then his wedge here at 15, 6th hole of the day, taking dead aim. And we haven't seen anyone even close to getting it that close to the flag at 15. 4 under through 6.
The bogey 17, but an immediate bounce back at 18, dead center. Out in 31. Making a statement.
Made a birdie at the par 5 third to be 5 under par for the round, and then at the very difficult par 4 7th. Beautiful approach, he'd roll that in, 6 under par for the round, but I'm sure there's any players in the field that make birdies at 17 and 18, in 7 and 18, excuse me, in the same round. And then he's just hit this tee shot at the par 3 9th, his final hole. That coming up for a round of 63.
There will not be too many closer than that today. There've only been 3 birdies at the 9th all day. Can Mr. Fleetwood make it 4? That would be nice.
How many putts has he had today, do you think? 13 green, so he's missed 5 and he's got that for 7. It's got to be about 23 putts to here.
I'm just having a look.
I love watching you with the mouse scrolling on that computer. I'm waiting for the screen to go off.
I'm just trying to make it look like I know what I'm doing. I'm clueless. 25 so far.
Very impressive. All round, it's been terrific golf today.
Tony, you're pretty good at what you do, aren't you?
According to me.
Now, according to all of us. A lengthy birdie putt for Garrick Higo coming up. It's uphill, breaking off the left. There's a bit of a mound that I described earlier today. It's going to influence this putt. So moving to his right. Not a crazy amount though, no more than a foot I would say.
And see how brilliant are the par 3s on this golf course.
Absolutely love it. The 6th is definitely my favourite by far. But yeah, they're all pretty challenging. You miss the green, leaves you with a pretty tough up and down. Challenges the players.
Nice looking stroke. Oh, good try, good try.
Yeah, good effort today from Garrick Higo. Round of even par 70, 3 over par through 9 holes. Long birdie putt at the par 5 16th for Yannick Paul, excuse me. Made a mess of this hole. Long rough off the tee. Didn't find the fairway with his layup. I don't think he'd be too disappointed with 2 under par for the round, given where he's hit some of his tee shots. Sandra Schauffele back at 9.
Yeah, this was a beauty. From this angle, it's going to take a little bit more break. Give it at least 2 feet or so. You can see Austin. I never know if I should say Austin or Austin. English accent or American accent?
Austin.
Exactly. Well, he's given the line to Xander, and he's definitely swinging off his left. It's a real team effort, this.
I guess if you're from New York, it's A-W-W-W-W-W-S-T-I-N, right? Austin.
Putt for birdie, this would be nice.
Well, he deserves it. 5 under par through 9 holes. Been a difficult second 9 for Sandra Schauffele. Is to move inside the top 10.
Little birdie finish. How would that go down?
No, it can't stay there.
You're joking.
I can't believe it. He's been putting so well. He's had so many of those, but it's just skirted the edge.
Thought the breeze might topple that into the hole.
Can you say that's a very disappointing 67?
Yeah, I think you can. You know, after the first 7 holes, I thought, you know, this might be a 63 or 64 today.
Oh, what a chance this would be. Just a hint of his left as well. This would be a brilliant way to finish.
You've been spoilt again, Incy.
Absolutely have. Crowd favourite in this group. Let's see it drop. We'll hear it.
That is a sensational round for Tommy Fleetwood. Finishes with a birdie, a round of 7 under par 63, 11 under par for the championship, and he is in a share of second. Could I be right with that prediction 4.5 hours ago?
Well, I hope not, because my goodness, are we going to hear about it? But it was a good shot, I have to admit. It was a great shot. And what a round. 8 birdies, 1 bogey. Tommy Fleetwood. This is the perfect build-up for the Open Championship, really. It's just perfect. Olesen, eagle putt, found the par 5 green in 2. That took some good work.
Don't forget he eagled the other par 5 this side, but, well, that was in until he pulled the putter away. It's a birdie, 7 under par. It's inside the top 20, share of 17th. Got to think that if that breeze starts to get up a little bit again, or that bad weather starts to move in, McIlroy 13 under par, Tommy Fleetwood equals second. Very good chance he will be in that final group tomorrow.
McIlroy still got 9 holes to go.
Could be very bunched if he doesn't go under par the back 9. Hovland, birdie putt to move to 3 under par for the round. You little beauty. He's actually held some very good putts today. He too is inside the top 20 despite 3 over day 1. Double bogey today, a soft bogey almost driving the 13th.
And as you say it, Ewan, just suddenly, look at the grass in the background. You can hear it on our microphones out there. That wind has just suddenly picked up a bit.
It's been a little inconsistent today. You heard Incy say earlier, gusting up to 15, 20 miles an hour, and then it died right off. It's just starting to pick up a little bit again. Of course, tomorrow forecasted to be very windy. Danik Paul, par putt. Stays at 6 under par. Now trailing his playing partners, Hovland and Olesen. Let's have a look at how things stand here on day 3 of the Genesis Scottish Open, the third of 5 Rolex Series events on the season. Eric Cole's dropped a shot at 17. He's back to 10 under, so Tommy Fleetwood shares second with Tom Kim. McIlroy with that 2-shot lead still. Lowry's made a move today, as too as JT Poston. Tyrrell Hatton going the other direction, surprisingly. Ben Arndt, hard to follow up that 61 on day 1, but still inside the top 10. When I speak to Ewan Ferguson, I feel like I'm talking in third person every time I talk to him. Ewan just doesn't sound right.
Jordan Smith having a great day as well. 3 under. Lee Hodges, Matt Wallace, nice little bounce back.
Padraig Harrington 1 over for the round, but regardless of what he does today or tomorrow, even if he finishes 50th, he's got to be a dark horse for next week, doesn't he?
Yeah, and I mean, we know how much he loves links golf, we know how much he loves the Open Championship, and we know how good he still is.
He's played some incredible golf ever since turning 50, and in fact he finished 4th at the PGA Championship at Kiowa as a 50-year-old. And that flew under the radar because Mickelson won as a 50-year-old. Par 3, 17th. Of course, Genesis vehicles up for grabs for hole-in-one here. First player to make a hole-in-one, him and his caddy, will win a Genesis GV60 and a GV70 electrified. I would take that.
I think that's a great gesture that the caddy gets a vehicle as well.
Flighting it down, Victor Hovland. Could this go in? You want to be a little right of the flag. Just a little deep. They've been very savvy putting the vehicle up for grabs on this hole, because if you make it 2, you should get at least the wheels or something.
Jordan Smith last year, it happened. Genesis would they'd love to give 2 vehicles away. I know they would. It's a great ad, it's a great gesture. And you'll have a very happy player and caddy. Can't blame the players for trying to leave this right of the flag, because just left of it, it goes down into that big bowl down there. And that is such a slow putt, and the flag is cut just above the ridge. So easy to give that putt a smash and knock it 10 feet by.
Did you ever win any prizes for an ace?
Only 3 cars.
Only 3 cars.
Only 3 cars. Very sad about that. I know guys who made 8 or 10 holes in one and never even got a bottle of champagne, and they hate me for it.
3 vehicles, wow.
Choose your holes wisely. Oh my.
No, he's just had the lefts today, hasn't he, Yannick Paul?
Wow. You know, I think he was trying to fade that into that flag maybe. And get it up on that right-hand tier and just absolutely double-crossed himself. That won't be much fun. Actually, I've got to tell you, one of those cars I'm lying was for a 2 on the 18th at Moore Park in the 4 Stars tournament. And I absolutely duffed my drive. I mean, it was a drive and a 9-iron. I flat out duffed my drive and hold a 3-iron and won the car.
The right strategy in the end. I remember an Australian golfer who won on the PGA Tour actually years ago, Nathan Green.
Yeah.
When he started out his professional career, he was playing the Australian Masters, which Colin Montgomery actually won that year, but he turned pro. Nathan had turned pro less than 12 months prior, and I think he was about 5 shots off the lead with 7 holes to play in the final round. So he was having a very nice tournament. Made a hole-in-one on the 12th, won $500,000 for it. Ended up finishing second to Monty, so I think he made $180 for runner-up.
Wow.
He's walked away with almost $700,000 for finishing second in the tournament.
Something special.
And his career just took off from there. All of a sudden, he didn't have to worry about money.
Makes a big difference. You know, my late great friend John Bland, he made 38 holes in one in his life. And on the Champions Tour, they all used to put money in the kitty every week. And the kitty would build and build and build. Boom, he'd take the lot. And after he'd done that 3 times, they all said, forget this. This is just the John Bland pension fund.
How do you make 38 hole-in-ones?
I know.
Jimenez has got to be getting up there too.
Yeah.
He holds a lot of shots.
A much, much missed and loved man, John Bland, passed away just over 2 months ago.
Yeah, very sad. Saw Richie Ramsey there at 5 under par. There was footage of Richie Ramsey holding about a 5-foot putt late yesterday afternoon to make the cut on the number, and gave it the big fist pump. Meant a lot to him making the cut here in his home open. Sammy Valimaki having a tough day, but great player, having a good season, the young Finn. There's ball positions, just nobody anywhere near the flag really today at 17. It's an evil pin.
So tough to get it anywhere near, isn't it? Look at those slopes.
Oh, Yannick Paul, this is not going to be easy. Tony, I can tell you, I know from experience, that coffee cart in the background there, flat white it's called, fantastic coffees.
You can sniff out a good coffee from 800 yards away, can't you?
I'll tell you what, it's been pretty upsetting the last couple of mornings how early we have to leave coming here to the golf course, and there's just the only thing open for a coffee is McDonald's on the drive here. It's a 50-minute drive here from my hotel. Now, bear in mind that I've got to admit the double espresso I've been having from there isn't too bad, but
well, you've
a little
come
bit
in,
more.
you have come in, you're bouncing around like the Duracell bunny, so it hasn't been that bad.
We've got to talk non-stop for 5.5 hours. I need something.
No, we're both coffee lovers. Anything coffee flavored, actually. Coffee cake, coffee sweets, coffee ice cream. Whew, this is a test. Got to bump and run this. Figure out where you're going to land it, figure out the club, figure out just how much pace you're going to have when you get it over that ridge.
Go. Stay there, stay.
Ooh. That's inches away from going back to 50 feet away. Well done.
He's an impressive young man, Yannick Paul. Has a great personality. Really, really good fella. It's been a struggle today, but again, a little like Gary Kigo. You really you'd never know by looking at his demeanour. And I guess the question I have is, t-shirt and beanie combination. Is it cold or is it hot? Which one is it?
I'll let you know. Yeah, Germany is just churning out some fine young players. A host of them.
How much is Bernard Langer then? Inspiration, still winning at the age of 65.
The man's a freak of nature. US Seniors Open the other day.
46 wins, a record.
Oldest winner ever.
10 feet of break here for Olesen coming up and over the ridge.
Wow. Oh,
he
no.
needed to allow for 15. That's coming back down the hill.
Oh, no.
Stay there.
Tell you what, that just shows how great a chip Yannick Paul's just hit. Because his was a lot tougher. And the worst part about that is the embarrassment factor. You feel like such an idiot when you do that. And you don't look up, you just keep looking at the ground because you know the spectators will be smiling, going, ooh, I could have done better.
That didn't work.
Yeah, glue coming out the end of the grip.
Olesen hasn't driven it great today either.
No, but he's another one that doesn't really start toning it back, does he? He still goes after it.
That's first cut. Or is it back to the fairway? No, it's back to the fairway. Ideal. This man's had a very poor day with the driver, but he's grounded out very well. 2 under on the day. Putted very well, Yannick Paul. He can't have had many putts today. He's had a whole host of 1-putts, Yannick Paul, and he holed that shot on 5. Can you work your magic over there on the screen and see what he's done? How many putts today for Yannick Paul?
Yannick Paul has had 25 putts so far.
I thought it might have been less than that. It's still a good effort. Yeah, that's a perfect tee shot from Yannick Paul down the right side. Good angle to the flag.
And that's only his 6th fairway today.
Boy, we've been treated to some good golf both yesterday and today in our feature groups. Torbjorn Olesen. What about this third shot at 10, the par 5?
Bit special, wasn't it? Short left, it looks good. It looks good. And then it looks brilliant. Whoa! What a beautiful eagle.
Well, Torbjorn Olesen getting a little fist bump there from his playing partner Yannick Paul for holding it. What about Yannick Paul earlier on the 5th hole?
Yeah. Olesen doesn't have the patent out on holding wedge shots.
That's what you're supposed to do, right? You're aiming for the hole. Garrick Higo. It was a quiet day for the South African. 3 over par through 9 holes. There's a birdie putt at 2. That was his first birdie of the day. He birdied 3 holes in a row.
Hovland. Tee shot at 12, the tiniest little landing area. They've got the flag tucked away. That was just pure.
It certainly was. Birdie that hole yesterday as well, and then the par 4 15th. 30 feet downhill, breaking left. Well done.
Xander Schauffele. His 14th tee had already made 3 birdies teeing off the 10th. And just takes dead aim here at the par 3. Great shot. That would go in for his 4th birdie in 6 holes.
Par 5 16th, 4 under par for the round through 6. That was his 3rd shot. 5 under par through 7 holes. Red hot start for the American.
Tommy Fleetwood also came out the blocks really quick. This long putt for a birdie at 14. In she goes.
3 under par through 5 holes. This was his 2nd with a wedge at par 4 15th, his 6th of the day. Just throwing a dart. 4 under through 6. And Tony, he was 6 under through 17 for the day before the par 3 9th.
The tough 9th. We were wondering if anybody would be able to get it in close to this really awkward pin. And Tommy Fleetwood did. And rolls that in for a birdie and a round of 63. Great stuff.
It certainly was. Now, Tom Kim's just made a birdie to move to 12 under within 1 of McIlroy, but just casting our minds back to yesterday, we had a 62, a 63, 64, 65 and a pair of 67s. Today we had 63 from Fleetwood, a 67 from Schauffele, a very, very, very disappointing 70 from Higo. And I say that tongue-in-cheek because he did very well to fight back, but it looks as though if this trio pars 18, it's a pair of 68s and a 67. It's incredible.
We've really been spoiled. We've been spoiled over 3 days.
Well, if we do feature groups ever again, it's only going downhill from here.
Well, these guys will pay us to watch them. So every time we watch somebody, they play like geniuses. It does help the fact that you're watching golf on a terrific links course too. It's just, it's a delight, isn't it?
It's a wonderful golf course, but it's such a perfect venue for this great championship as well. Wonderful part of the world. They just absolutely love their golf in this neck of the woods. Tom McKibben, a winner this year. There he is, 5 under par, 3 under par for the round. 20-year-old. Ball positions here at 18. Only 300 yards from Hovland off the tee. Good angle though.
Just waiting for the guys to finish up ahead. You see them up there on the green. Yeah, it's a good angle, isn't it, this for Hovland? He would like to have been on the short grass, but he's actually got away with it a foot further right. In the lusher stuff, this becomes hugely awkward. You know what, he's hit a lot of greens considering how few fairways he's hit. 5 out of 12 fairways.
You know, I love the fact that Victor Hovland spent about a week and a half prior to this, back in his native Norway, playing all the different golf courses around Norway with some friends of his. Went up to, is it Lofoten or Lofton Links, the one up in northern Norway. It looks absolutely spectacular.
I'm taking your word for that. Here we go. He doesn't mess around once he's made the decision. Steps in, a couple of waggles, pull the trigger. Oh, is it a little flyer asking it to sit? It is indeed. Bit of grass between club and ball, and away she goes.
Going to test his short game once again. Shouldn't be overly difficult really from there. He does have a bit of green to work with.
Yeah, no, I think that's a better place to miss than short. Even short right on the green is a hugely difficult putt. Be okay.
Second shot for Yannick Paul. Now after he birdied 4 today, Holdie second on 5, got it to 7 under par. Thought we could have been in for something special, but just been a bit of a struggle from there for the German. He likes the look of this one. Yeah, safe shot, solid shot right of the flag there. They're putting up the ridge.
Beautiful drive. Quite a tight angle, not too much to work with here for Olesen. Smart shot is just right of the flag, maybe not that far out of the flag. Yeah, it's ballooned, hasn't it? Ballooned into that wind.
This trio makes their way up to the final green. McIlroy has made another birdie at the par 5 10th, 14 under par, 2 strokes ahead of 20-year-old Tom Kim. But as it stands, I'm not going to let you hear the end of it. Tommy Fleetwood would be in the final group tomorrow if they played in 3s. They may not. They may go out in 2s.
You're going to go into gloat mode, aren't you? I don't blame you. What a call that was this morning. First thing. Wow, 7 o'clock this morning you were saying that. You were right, I think. Either way, he's going to be...
Well, there are some birdie opportunities, the back 9, but it really depends on what this weather's going to do.
But he will be breathing down their necks.
Wyndham Clark got it to 8 under par earlier today. The US Open champion has dropped a couple since. Victor Perez currently 6 under par. Max Key for Gary Woodland there, 5 under par. Sam Burns was 9 under par about an hour ago, now 5 under. Marcel Siem, the resurgent Marcel Siem, what a season he's had. Winner in India, runner-up Porsche European Open, currently in the top 15 in the race to Dubai. I think he would be an incredible addition to a Ryder Cup team. No one's going to show more passion. Well liked by everyone. On paper, shouldn't be in the team, but he would be a brilliant captain's pick, I think.
He really would. And you're right, great in the team room. Passion, desire, a lot of humour. It's who you need in the locker rooms. It is. What is Hovland going to play? He's got a lot of loft.
If we stick with this camera angle when he plays this shot, I was talking earlier about the fact he's trying to keep his body moving before he hits the shot. We're not going to see it, but his upper body moves towards the target as here we go. Watch his upper body move towards the target on his backswing. And then from there, tries to use the bounce of the club and really keep that loft on the club.
That was well played, yeah. He was quite a long way below the level of the green, wasn't he? That's a good pitch. You know, when you think 5 holes ago he flat out duffed a pitch and then half duffed his chip. So he's managed to eradicate that from the memory banks at least.
Yeah, we saw him throw his marker pretty violently down at the ground there at 13. It's easily the angriest I've ever seen Victor Hovland. He's always smiling, and I mean, to be fair, I think I would have done probably worse given the fact he'd almost driven the green. Had to be incredibly frustrating.
I think it was pretty restrained.
Do you think Yannick Paul will be playing the Ryder Cup? You think he's going to be playing on the European side?
You know, I do. I think, you know, on the way he's played and on current form, it would be hard to bet against him.
Olesen. He's another one who's got a serious chance to be playing his second Ryder Cup in Rome. Up the hill.
Excellent putt. Excellent putt.
What about that 2-putt at 17?
Oh, wasn't it glorious? I mean, from one of the worst putts he will have hit in years, and then hold it with a ripping 30-footer for a 2-putt. I like the reaction too.
Yannick Paul, putt up the ridge from 25 feet, this for a round of 67.
Just so slow, so slow. Pity. Just nudge it in for the par. Come out and do battle tomorrow, and it is going to be a battle tomorrow. And they're talking about 30 to 40 mile an hour winds. Ooh.
Bring your low ball.
Yep.
Have you seen Yannick Paul's twin brother Jeremy?
No.
You obviously know how much Nikolai and Rasmus look like one another.
Yeah, are they identicals?
It's more identical than that.
I didn't know you
cannot tell the difference. One's 10 minutes older than the other, but I'm not sure which way. Jeremy currently playing on the Corn Ferry Tour in the US.
Wow.
Hovland, been scrappy by his standards today, but 5 feet here for par for a round of 3 under par 67. And he's really putted quite beautifully today. That's 73, 63, 67 for the Norwegian. And as it stands, Tony, he's only 1 stroke outside the top 10.
Yeah. Quite a nice feeling when you're teeing off at 7:33. I don't have any fear for this putt. He's a good putter.
I love the way he just lets his arms hang on the putter as well.
Looks born to it, doesn't he?
68 today for Yannick Paul. Threatened to be better than that after that hot start, but 6 under par. Olesen, the final member of this trio. Should be just a mere formality. Cleaning up. Started the day 5 under par. This for a round of 68. Well done for the Dane. And 3 players who could very well all be teammates come Ryder Cup time in just over 2 months in Rome. Tony Johnstone, been an absolute pleasure once again today here on feature group coverage. So many good shots, so many birdies, excellent golf.
Oh, it's been a joy, hasn't it? Ease back to the hotel now and watch McIlroy. Does life get better than this?
Yeah, he's leading the way, 14 under par from Tom Kim. Tommy Fleetwood, of course, in one of our feature groups today. What a round he shot. 7 under par, 63. He is only 3 strokes behind.